Ann, how are you?
Oh, the copy of this,
Someone's
Oh, I had done the same thing I did last year, just a summary of the changes.
Oh, okay.
I
Okay,
did get a call from Chris.
good evening. We'll call the
Couple of
June
dates were
4th,
on the front page.
2025
I
Select
will
Board meeting
send you-
to order. Thank you all for coming. Just a reminder, we are being recorded. If you would rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Stand up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag, United States of America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I've done that.
Going to start this evening. You want to stand for this?
Hi.
No such luck. With the reappointment of interim town administrator Gino Cresta, we'll open up for if anybody has discussion. Gino's been serving in the role for how long, Gino?
Interim since December 18th,
Okay, December 18th.
acting since November 6th.
Very good. And his appointment expires June 18th, so by charter, we have to reappoint if that's the desire of the board.
Somebody objects?
So I would entertain either discussion or a motion at this time.
I'll motion to reappoint Gino Cresta as interim town administrator.
I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Up to 6 months.
Up
I
to
believe.
6 months. The charter allows for 6 months, so we'll appoint, what is the motion, David?
For up to 6 months.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you. Sorry.
So I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and opposed. Wonderful. Thank you, Gino.
Thank you.
We now have a presentation of a proclamation to Jonathan Walger, an Eagle Scout. Is Jonathan here? He is here. No, he's not here.
No.
Is he online?
No.
No. Okay, so maybe we will table that till he could join us. Town administrators report.
All right, well, thank you for your support, first of all, appreciate it. All right, as you know by now, Amy Sorrow, Director of Finance and Administration, is resigned effective June 30th, 1925. Obviously, we thank Amy for her service to the town. And to be able to hire a replacement, we've reached out to a couple of consultant firms we've used in the past. As a bridge between town accountants will be no different. After talking to Amy, we're probably going to advertise the position as an accountant as opposed to a finance director. The VFW will be holding their annual U.S. flag retirement ceremony on Fisherman's Beach on Flag Day, which is June 14th at 5 p.m. If you have a flag in need of retirement, please drop it off at the location or at 8 Pine Street, VFW. You can bring it to the ceremony at 4:45. Another cemetery, we have quite a few flags we're looking to decommission. Ready, Set, the town's DEI consultant, will be at a future meeting with a presentation to discuss their findings. We met with them, I believe, last week, so I think we've made significant progress. A big thank you to Girl Scout Troop 64473 members, Sadie Anderson, Cordelia Delano, Sabrina Kruger, Abigail D. Lee Doit, Cecilia Nicholson, and Camellia Van der Linden for stenciling messages on street drains, notifying people not to dump in to catch basins, because as most of us know, but not everybody knows, the catch basins is different than the source. The storm drains on the street discharge into the ocean, not into our sewer system. So thank you to the Girl Scouts, and I apologize if I mispronounced any of those names. The annual Harbor Festival is this Saturday from noon to 4. There are 5 entrants into the second annual Chowderfest. So please join us. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to Danielle and Jackie. I'm sure they'll be able to assist you. The farmers market opens on Sunday, 10 to 1, with over 50 vendors, I believe. Come on down to Town Hall to buy some great food, dog treats, or crafty items. This is a what year of farmers market? Consecutive year?
Long
In
time.
any event, it's a long time. Sorry to put you on the spot. Yeah, over 10. Thank you, Danielle and Jackie. Appreciate it. And the police department received a $15,000 grant through the Bureau of Justice Assistance. These funds will be used to conduct department-wide training with an emphasis on communication and community engagement in July. And that's the abbreviated report. Thank you.
Thank you, Gino. Does anybody have any questions for the town administrator? I just have one, if you have, I don't know if you have any information on the Board of Health, any information from the Board of Health on beach testing?
Yes, those results were posted this afternoon.
Okay.
Yep.
So I have the chair of the Board of Health sent an email that I just would like to read to get some information out about what the Board of Health has been doing on the matter of the beach testing at Fisherman's Beach. So I'll just read this. This is from Gargi Cooper, the chair of the Board of Health. Based on resident feedback and select board member suggestion, the Board of Health voted to do more data collection for Phillips, Eisman's, and now Fisherman's based on some of the pipes being fixed. We discussed this at our meeting back in February and made two plans, one to use potential TECA machine or outsourcing the testing. We are happy that the town purchased the new TECA machine, and so we were able to use some of the testing to provide residents some reassurance and data. We also wanted to ensure we were making sound decisions regarding the town program being held on beaches that had concerned contamination. The plan was to collect the data for 1 month in May prior to the official beach season. Unfortunately, due to equipment education and hiring of an intern, our timeline was pushed, and we started last week. We worked with Gino to hire a Board of Health intern to be trained on the new equipment. The Board of Health is collaborating with the Water Sewer Advisory Committee to use their lab and work on a way for us to obtain the results. The intern, Swampscott Senior, just started testing last week, and there are some training issues and logistics, so we don't have a full week of testing yet. The goal is to test 5 days a week for a month. I'm providing preliminary numbers. They were attached to the email, and they are now posted publicly on the town's website. To inform the public, just to inform the public that the testing plan and the results. As you can see so far, there are no exceedances in the swimming areas, which is great news, but there are some in the outfalls. We will review the data once completed at a Board of Health meeting. Jeff Vaughn will be working on a way to post the preliminary data, which he has and is now posted. If data demonstrates that our numbers are within the range, we do not have plans to continue to test over the summer. Please note that our Board of Health director already does this on a weekly basis during beach season, and the samples are processed by a state lab. Please note an exceedance of over 104, which is not, please note any exceedance over 104 is not safe for swimming. We welcome all residents to join our June 18th meeting for further questions or concerns so that the whole board can listen and discuss next steps. That's from the Board of Health.
I'm glad you read that, Katie, because I think it's really unfortunate with the amount of time and effort that people put in on the committees, whether it's the Board of Health or Water and Sewer or any committee, that as soon as something doesn't happen immediately the way someone wants it to happen, it seems to be a conspiracy. People are trying, this is like, they have their jobs, they have their lives, and they're doing this on top of it. And if you want to help, that's great, but we're all trying to move, I think, in a very similar direction. And when people are kind of called out for hiding things or not sharing information, maybe that happens eventually. I'm not saying it never does, but I just wish people would kind of reach out directly instead of kind of blasting people on social media. It just doesn't really help the tone of the town for that to be the go-to way to try to get things done.
Thanks, Doug.
I just want to echo Doug's comments. Thank you for saying that. A couple questions to Gino on his town administrator's report.
Yes.
To talk about the RFP for the Clark School, is that something that the school will be doing, or is that something the town will be doing? And because the property is currently under the control of the schools.
That's right. So I had a quick meeting with Casper to talk about potentially putting out an RFP for that building, but he wants to work with the town to make sure we're all on board with what's going to go on there.
Got it, okay. And then follow-up question was, we were driving around town, going to a baseball game. We have baseball practice or games just about every day. And my sons were in the car, and we were, going through, going across Monument Ave, and they noticed that the Pride's crosswalks had sort of been faded.
Yep.
And we were curious, since June is Pride Month, if those were to be repainted this month.
That is a great question. I've had a resident that has volunteered to paint 9 of the crosswalks in town with the Pride colors.
So how many crosswalks do we have that were painted previously?
I think 9.
Okay.
Well, maybe not, because I think a couple of these additional ones are going to be part of the high school, but the resident reached out to the high school, or the school system, because a couple of them are going to go, one of them here, 2 at the new elementary school, and 2 at the middle school.
So is that something that's happening imminently?
Yeah, I was actually going to reach out to make sure I had the support. I know it's my decision, but I wanted to make sure that everybody was on board. And if it is, I make the phone call tomorrow, and the resident has...
Someone's volunteered to
Yeah,
basically provide the support to do that?
yep, to paint, I'll give you the deal. For those 9, and he wants the town to paint, we'll pay for 1, so they have skin in the game.
So does a painting company come in and paint that?
That's what it, yes. Yeah, we reached out to K5, and they give us a price of just south of $8,000 to paint the 9 crosswalks.
Okay. Well, just let the record show I'm fully in support of painting those crosswalks and supporting Pride in June and all year round.
Okay?
So to be clear, would be 1/9 of that bill would be the town's responsibility?
1/10.
1/10 of the bill?
They'll
Okay.
pay 9, we'll pay for the 10th
Great,
one.
just want to be clear to everybody, considering the budget conversations, that we are not going to spend $8,000 on that, but we will support absolutely $800. And I would have supported 8,000, but here we are, and we don't have to, so thank you to the resident.
Agreed.
Okay?
I have a question on the Clark, because it says here, water tower, cell site, and then it says wind. You're sending out RFPs. What does that actually mean?
I don't know. I'd have to check with Matt. We're not going to send out an RFP yet. We're going to work to see if we can construct an RFP to send it out. But I think if it's...
My concern is, if you're sending out are you sending out an RFP? I mean, is there an RFP going out there for something that we don't even know?
Nope, that's not, we talked about potentially putting out an RFP, because as a school, I don't want to speak for the school, but they feel like their resources being drained to heat and take care of a building that's not being occupied. So if they could get some revenue to offset that, it would be a win-win for everybody. So that's what we're considering. But I'm sure I'll be reaching back out to this board here when we come up with a plan to see if it's feasible.
It works.
And I have one question on the police hiring.
Yes.
I'd just like to please send out to the select board what the ETAs are looking like. I mean, this just seems like it takes forever.
It does. It is a long process. I spoke to the chief yesterday, and he says there is a procedure that they absolutely need to follow with background checks and to make sure they're hiring somebody that doesn't have any issues that would be hiring
I
permanently.
get that, but we've had conversations before here at the select board, and we actually identified the timeline on the process.
Yep.
On how long it should take. And I'd just like to know if we're in compliance with that timeline, if we're getting everything done to,
As I said, I spoke to the chief yesterday, and he says he's following everything to a T, and the process is moving forward. Yep. They've had 2 oral boards, and I spoke with them earlier today. They have 5 potential candidates right now. So they have to vet those before he'd present them to me, and then I would make the offer.
and so what is the ETA looking like for somebody being presented to you?
Potentially within the next 2 to 3 weeks on a lateral.
2 to 3 weeks for a lateral?
Yes, and the reason I asked the same question, because when he applied, he had some of his references were references from a couple of years ago, so we wanted to make sure those references were up to date.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, I have a couple questions.
Sure.
First of all, congratulations and thank you for all the work you've been doing in your reappointment.
you.
I know you've done a lot, you've been doing 2 jobs, and I appreciate it. My first question is, what is the cadence, or have we established one for beach testing for the summer? Do we have any idea how frequently, what beaches we're testing? Have we worked on that, talked about it? I know committees, boards are kind of operating independently and talking about it, but I want to get an understanding of where we are we're already in June, so I want to know.
Exactly, so, as Katie read, we are testing, well, the Board of Health, I don't want to take credit for that, is testing the 3 beaches. They're going to do it for 30 days.
Okay.
They're going to present that information to a professor at Northeastern to
Okay.
see where we stand with those. And if the results are positive, there'd be no need to
But are
continue.
they testing it on a daily basis, weekly basis,
Right
daily?
now, we're doing it 5 days a week
5 days a week?
Yeah.
Okay, for the next month?
for the next month.
Okay.
And then I believe Jeff does it, or the Board of Health does it 1 day a week or 2 days a week, I don't know exactly.
And
Okay, and will
one
we,
set of data for, under the consent decree,
Yeah.
that's what Jeff does. And then the Board of Health was additional
state.
tests. That's what
The
the
state,
state, yeah,
state,
it's
yeah,
related to
not
the
the
state,
consent,
sorry. But he's required to do that, and he
Right.
will continue to do that.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
additional 30 days of 5 days a week testing was put forward by the Board of Health as a plan to determine if the testing was required all summer, or if we had 30 days of clean testing where we should be focusing our resources so that they had some data points to go on.
right, so that 30 days will be before any of the rec programs start? Because there'll be paddleboard, right?
No, well, the 30 days started this week, so they got a
Started
late
this
jump
week.
on it, yep.
Okay, so are we thinking like how that's going to affect any of the programs that we run?
Yep, as I talked to Danielle today, I think we're better off right now just keeping the paddleboard program at Eisman's
Okay,
until proven otherwise.
great.
And to further the question, we're going to continue testing Kings Beach for the next 3 months, every day, as part of the UV pilot
Yep,
program.
yep.
And if we can get the volunteers, similar to last year, we were testing 3 or 4 days a week with volunteers, fishermen's, and,
Right, because we probably could get more college students, like the one that you did get, right? There might be others that are off for the summer or whatever that would be interested.
and we had 3 of them last year, and they were
Yep.
phenomenal.
Great,
But yet, they have to really be committed.
yeah. So we'll have those results. We'll also have Kings Beach up on the dashboard, the same dashboard we had last year, or how will that?
It might be a little glitch with getting it up on the dashboard there for the
Okay.
Kings Beach stuff, but we are working on it. We did have another,
It'll be accessible for residents to see. They
We're
can
gonna
go
work,
on and
yeah.
see each day.
we had a plan, but we lost another volunteer for the water sewer infrastructure at
Yes.
3 o'clock today.
I heard that too. Okay. I have one other thing. Hold on one second. The Hawthorne Reuse Committee, where are we? Like, what point are we at? And I know that there are some sketches or drawings up
Correct.
on our website.
Yeah, I believe there's over a dozen.
The chair, if you don't mind me.
Yep,
The
please.
chair has requested to come to the next meeting to give a
Okay.
short presentation.
Great,
So there'll be an update on that.
great. Okay. And then my last question is the building department, the building commissioner.
Yes.
Did he actually start, and were we able to close the loop with Nahat?
He started 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
He's been in every morning at 7 o'clock.
Awesome,
Going to attest to that.
great.
Doing a great job. He has some numbers that he's going to present to me for the next meeting on how much revenue he's already brought in right now, and
Great.
things are progressing real nicely there. The agreement with Nahat has not been signed.
Okay,
It's been drafted. We both have the same. I'm very comfortable. It's going to be signed moving forward. They
okay,
just had a little, they have a new interim town administrator there
Right.
as well.
right. So maybe at our next meeting, you'll have an update on that?
Yep.
To let us
I'll
know?
have a signed agreement for sure.
Great, thank you.
Who's their interim?
Alice Nieto, yep, she's their finance director. She's just been appointed the interim town administrator.
Okay. Is that it for the TA report?
I don't want to belabor this, and
Please.
this is a question that could go on a long time, but there's a lot of equipment for the UV pilot. I don't think you mentioned that, unless I missed it.
No.
Yeah. Do you want to try to give the briefest update for people?
We can, yep. So the UV pilot program, which you're all seeing at the intersection of Humphrey and Eastern Ave, it was supposed to go online on Monday. It was unable to go online because the suction pumps sucked in a lot of seaweed. Most people that have been driving down the beach in the last couple of weeks have seen the excessive amount of seaweed on the beach. It's since migrated back out, but in the interim, the pumps were taking a lot of seaweed, clogged the pumps, so we had to shut the system down, remove the seaweed, and I hope to fire it up again tomorrow. and there's a
So
ribbon cutting.
Does your staff have to do that work, or is there a crew that does that?
Yeah, there's a crew that does it. They're Sunbelt, we rented the pumps from. But once it gets set up and running, it's gonna be between Lynn and Swampscott to monitor it daily.
And there's a cadence you guys have already worked out for monitoring?
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
And then, this isn't really a question for you, but I just think it should be noted, just kind of where things are at, to give everyone an update on the TA search. Right, so, you know, a search firm was hired, job is posted, I believe, at this point.
Yesterday,
What's that?
yesterday.
Yeah, a couple glitches there too, right? But, and hopefully, you know, people are being reached out to already, and by the end of this month, we may have candidates, and that we would start to kind of interview them and talk with them next month. Is that right, Katie?
The select board next month?
Yes.
Yes, I think how I understand the timing is the end of July is when we would
Right.
start interviewing them.
Next month.
Next month.
Oh,
not this
right.
month.
Did I say this month?
I think you did.
I thought they would be, did I say this month? Okay.
Run the tape.
Run the tape. I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
We'll
but
take those cookies.
either we agree with you or the answer is yes, by the end of
July
July,
is what I
we
meant.
should have
Yes,
a group
great.
of candidates available
Yeah.
for interview.
Good.
And my understanding is we will interview them in executive session, and then there will be public interviews also, so. And they will also be back, I don't know if it's the next agenda or the next agenda.
The next one, yeah.
The very next agenda, they'll be back here to ask for another extension, and we can discuss any questions we have with them then. We've asked them to come, so. Great. That concludes the report. Everybody's good?
Yep.
Good.
Okay. I don't see our Eagle Scout.
He's
So,
not here yet.
okay, so public comment. Public comment is available. Just a reminder, you speak for 3 minutes?
Mhm.
Okay, 3 minutes. Please state your name, your address, and we do not answer to public comment. So any commentary you have, we'll take note, and we won't engage back, but it's not because we don't want to. So go ahead.
Good evening, Katie Arrington, 40 Roy Street, member of the Finance Committee, speaking as a resident. I was happy to hear that the Hawthorne Reuse Committee is meeting and currently in process of reviewing 4 plans to determine what's best for the space, and eventually, apparently next meeting, we'll be presenting to the greater public. With this process in motion, I would request that at your next meeting, you consider adding an agenda item to be included in an update of St. John's parking lot and any potential supposed agreements. Thank you.
Hello. I am Peter Vallis, 105 Stanley Road, Swampscott. The topic is tax takings. There are a number of tax takings in Swampscott. What is the procedure for actually acquiring unpaid tax takings? And how many years have to go by before a judgment is filed? That's all.
Thank you. Any additional comment?
Hi, Rachel Teradash, 71 Middlesex Ave. I have 2 things. The first is for anyone that doesn't have kids at the elementary school, the field day they ran yesterday was an absolutely phenomenal success. The kids had a great time. It was organized. It was incredibly well run. And so every person involved in that deserves like a huge round of applause, because especially for one giant school the first year, it was just unbelievable. So thank you to everybody who was involved in that. And if you weren't, if you know someone, tell them thank you. The other thing I want to talk about is the buses. I have heard, so I'm coming to talk to you because I spoke at the school committee meeting, but they hold their public comment at the end of their meeting. So at their last meeting, if you did not have the stamina to last the 3.5 hours of the meeting to get to public comment, I have heard from parents who have children who are outside of that 2-mile radius who are still getting the bus. Parents who have children that have not been notified but are less than 2 miles from the school that maybe still have the bus. Parents, of course, of children who have been notified that they won't have the bus. I think it's around 45 students right now. I can't get really a direct answer on that. But also from neighbors of the new school that they would all participate in helping to fund a bus so that our children can be bused to school and not walk across Paradise Road. So thank you. I know some of you have worked with me on this, and I thank you, but please help us continue this so we don't lose the momentum on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Diane, you choose.
Hi, Andrea. You can speak. Andrea? Hold on a second. Okay.
Hello?
There you go.
Sorry, we had a glitch. We can hear you.
Go ahead, you can start, Andrea.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just wanted to, first
Just,
of all.
if you wouldn't mind stating your name and your address.
Oh, yes, sorry. Andrea Moore, Precinct 3, 15 Sheridan Road. I just wanted to say I very much appreciate a lot of folks jumping into action in the last 24 hours in order to make, you know, the information that the Board of Health has been collecting more publicly available. I will own that I was the main sort of criticism for that situation. I absolutely respect that there is a lot of volunteer work that happens in this community, and that, you know, it's something that a lot of people pour their heart and soul into. And I also just want everyone who is using the beach to be fully informed at the same level. I really believe that, like, whether you're a town employee or a board member or just a regular citizen taking your kid to the beach, that everybody deserves, well, access to all this information the moment it comes out. So I appreciate everybody's demonstrated commitment to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, would you like to go to AJ?
Hi there, Alex Chappazada, 155 Elmwood Road. I actually just wanted to make a public comment of objection to Board Member Doug Thompson's comments about the so-called social media quote-unquote conspiracy conversations that were happening. I observed those conversations. I understand that social media can seem heated at times, but at the end of the day, these were public comments being made by members of the town, taxpaying members of the town, who rightfully had questions about data, information that our town funds are paying to get, and that there were open questions about where that data was living and whether or not we could receive it. I think there has been some progress made in the last year or so in the tenor of town government towards feedback from the community, and I would urge all members of the select board to remember that when members of the town have opinions and have feelings about how our town is run and how our town is managed, that is not a personal attack on folks who are in the town and running things in the town. It is a matter of safety for us. It is a matter of care and passion for the town that we live in. So just a gentle reminder, we're all on the same side, and I appreciate the work all the volunteers do across all the committees and all the boards. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, we have one more public comment. Mr. Demento, if you could allow his mic. Go ahead, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you. Bill Demento, 1008 Paradise Road. Two issues. The first is the number of vacancies on the Sewer Advisory Committee, and I don't see that on your list of appointments tonight. I would hope you would find time, while you're complaining about conspiracies, to appoint a couple of new members so they can join in the efforts to address the Kings Beach and Fisherman's Beach situation. There's been one vacancy for a month now, and I don't know why it's not getting filled. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Demento. All right, seeing no other hands or inside here or online, we will move on to the joint meeting with ERAC. This is a joint meeting and public hearing, so we will have to have you guys call your meeting to order, open the public hearing. Oh, sorry, so I think you guys, since it's a joint meeting, you should call your meeting to order, and then we'll open the public.
Just make a motion to open the public meeting.
Will they have to open their meeting first?
Doesn't really matter.
Doesn't matter.
It does?
I said it doesn't matter?
You just did.
Okay, great. So I'll take a motion to open public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Oh, sorry. All in favor? Thanks, guys.
Aye.
It's only the second meeting, so appreciate it. Okay, you guys, go right ahead.
Hello, good evening. My name is Joe Markarian. I am chair of the Earth Removal Advisory Committee. I'm here with members John Piccarello and Tony Vanderwitz. I don't think any of our other members are here. And this is an annual event where we come before the select board to recommend a permit that would allow Wholesome, formerly Aggregate, to operate for the permit year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. I think you should have a brief memo which summarizes some of the changes. Every year we look at the permit with the idea of streamlining it, clarifying languages, making things make sense, and we've continued to do that in this permit recommendation. What we have not done is touched, well, let me say it this way. This permit is substantially unchanged from the permit that emerged from the settlement agreement last year. Particularly Section 10, where the blasting parameters and restrictions are indicated and are the primary protections for the residents in the area. We've gone through the year with Wholesome, and they conducted this past year in 28 blasts. They had 32 blasts the year before. They have 8 blasts so far this year. Chris Drukas, legal counsel, is here from Wholesome, and he can introduce the other person with him. Is it Steve? Is it? Steve Landry. I didn't recognize you. Sorry. And it's. I know there will be questions about have we received complaints. Very few, and we do. They usually come to John or to Marzi Galaska, and anybody who complains is immediately gets a response, and they are told how they might file a complaint, and we encourage them to do that. This past year, we also conducted a public meeting, which is required by the permit in this room, where the people can question the Wholesome, the quarry operation. Very few people attended this year, hopefully more next year. We sent out pre-blast surveys, or Wholesome did, at our request to about 85 of the abutting residents, indicating to them that they have the opportunity to have their house surveyed by camera, inside and out. We've encouraged them, because if they do have a blast complaint, it's imperative that they have some evidence that their house was in better condition before than after. And I don't know what the numbers are in terms of how many requests came. This is not the first time that they've gotten these letters, so it might be just people who have since moved into the neighborhood. These surveys are, blast surveys are only required to be extended to people within 250 feet of the boundary, or where the blast is, I think. And we go beyond that. And if somebody even beyond where we are makes the request, we're certainly going to pass it along. So that being said, I can summarize the changes that we've suggested and get comments. But first of all, we changed the dates, of course, to reflect the new year. There were a number of sections in the permit where it was specified that documentation relative to that particular provision be posted on the town website. We talked a lot about that and decided that having that information available for public viewing in the Office of Community and Economic Development would probably carry the day, that we didn't have to, or it shouldn't be necessary to post everything that comes in from Wholesome. That was one thing. There was a provision that said every year Wholesome had to recommend improvements at the entranceway to control dust. We changed that to that they would have to every year monitor and assess the dust control measures, and if changes were warranted, then those changes would take place. There's only so much that they can do, and they do. There was a provision about particulate air monitoring, and a requirement that the consultant who is hired, is paid by Wholesome, but is essentially under contract with the town, that they assess wind direction every year, and every year they develop a new wind rose. I don't think it's been done, and what we've said is if their consultant comes in and assesses wind direction and there is a change, then that change ought to be noted, and we should be informed. I don't see that changing very often. Heavy metals testing takes place every 5 years. The last report was in 2019. There should have been one. There will be one, I think, very soon. And then the next one is due for 2029. The original provision talked about the protocols and the frequency of these tests being established by the Board of Health. That's really not taken place. So what we've talked about is that the protocols would be established by Wholesome and its consultant, and the Board of Health would be informed of those and would have opportunity to comment on those provisions and those protocols. Seismograph monitoring. We get blast reports very shortly after every blast. It goes to the fire department, where Bob Faulkner is now our representative from the fire department, receives them, and John Piccarello also receives those blast reports. So, and they are reviewed every time a blast takes place. And so we took out the requirement that weekly blast reports are necessary because we're getting them routinely anyways. The closure plan requirements. Closure is a funny thing. The way the wording said, it almost sounded like closure had to be reviewed every 5 years. In fact, the scope of what a closure plan would be needs to be reviewed every 5 years. And so we wanted to make that clear. And again, that specified the 2029. I guess I misspoke earlier when I talked about the heavy metals test. It was the closure plan that's in 2029. On expiration and renewal, there is language that says that Wholesome must be in substantial compliance with this permit in order to receive approval of a new permit. We define substantial compliance as determined by ERAC. So it's up to us to determine whether they are in compliance or not. And the last one was just We just added noise tests to the air quality test in section 29E, which again related to expiration and renewals. It wasn't in there, so we thought we should include it in there. And that's it for the suggested changes for this permit. Happy to take any questions.
Does anybody have, you want to start? David, go ahead.
Yeah, Joe, thank you for all of your work and all of the work of the ERAC. So, thanks. A few questions just about the heavy metals testing. You said it would be done soon. Is there any?
I'm sorry, speak a little louder.
You had talked about heavy metal testing and about how it would be done soon. Can you specify and give us any greater clarity as to when that?
Well, the heavy metals testing was originally intended to occur every year, and it's not the type of testing that really, we talked about it a lot, and we decided that every 5 years would be enough. The last test in 2019, there was an inquiry we got from not a resident, but a person looking to move into the neighborhood, and they had read the report, and there was a reference to arsenic levels being a little bit high, and they were concerned about that. So that's what made us look at the tests again. Tony reviewed that report. We've all read it as well, and the reference to the arsenic was there, but it wasn't in the context of being a threat to human health. So, and Tony passed that along to the resident. I would defer to Chris. I've forgotten exactly. We're having a heavy metals test this year? This year, okay. And that report will be available, and we can make that available to the select board routinely as well, all of our tests.
Thanks. Just in one other question, you had talked about substantial compliance as defined by ERAC. Was there any issue with blasting within the confines of the previously approved permit in the last fiscal year?
John reviews the blast results.
Yeah, they are well within the parameters of the permit for this year, and I don't think there was anything discrepancy last year as well. I get the data probably within 24 hours of a blast, and I review it and I log it into a chart, and all the data's within the parameters of the permit.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would also say John does monitor the social media when there is a lot of conversation about blasts and the intensity of blast, and so he monitors that to hear what people's taking, and typically what will happen is when we get a complaint like that, we'll immediately look at the results of the blast. And very often they're within parameters. There are external features that affect blast impacts. Barometric pressure, cloud cover, wind, what direction the blast is going in, where in the quarry it is. So there's other factors other than and variables other than the parameters and the restrictions that we set.
I periodically get phone calls from residents that have a question, and I give them as much information as I can to include the data from the previous blast that they're concerned about. So, I mean, they reach out to us whenever they have a question or concern. We direct them to either the fire department or whomever they need to go to get comfortable with the results.
I have a couple questions. So I have a few questions, so you could just indulge me here. So we're saying that there were no claims this year whatsoever?
Well, when you say claims, when we hear the word claim, we're thinking written, filed claim with the fire department.
Right, I would think.
Not verbal or oral complaints.
Right.
And I don't think there have been any.
No, the prior fire department representative to ERAC has retired, James Potts, and Robert Faulkner has now taken his place, and he's trying to get everything aligned to understand what the job actually means. I don't think he's actually looked at prior years to see if and when any other complaints have come in. I don't believe he's received any so far this year.
Okay, because the permit, last year's permit required all claims be also copied to the select board. So we never received a claim, so I just want to make sure
Yeah.
there has been no claim.
I'd also point out about claims. The claims have to be filed with the fire department, which does a review.
Right.
But then it goes to the insurance companies, and the two parties are the resident and the insurance company. The town's not involved in it at all. So it's,
Well, the involvement of the town is, if there is a claim that's being filed with the fire department, the select board is supposed to be getting a copy of it.
we'll make sure that happens.
Okay, it's just in the permit.
Yeah.
So, the other question that I have is, let me just see here. On the testing, it says here in the permit that it's, the heavy metals is once a year. But you're saying
Right.
every 5.
Well, and I'll let Chris address that. We did, and say that we decided that every year is probably a bit of overkill. We do air monitoring every year. We do noise testing every year. So the heavy metals is sort of in addition to, and you know, as I said, I'd let Chris address that. That's it. Tony can add something.
Just, it was brought up that perhaps the testing doesn't have to be every year, but for this permit, we definitely wanted it done. And I think it's going to be done, is my understanding, in the summer. So we'll get some results we can look at and determine in the next permit whether there needs to be a change in the schedule. So
Okay.
for now, they have to do it under this permit.
I stand corrected.
Thank you. And I personally would like to see the results of those tests posted on the website so that people can actually find them on the website and not have to go to town hall and to look for things.
Yeah, we can do that. I think posting all of the test results happens routinely.
Okay.
And Marcy, does that sound right? Yeah, so test results do get onto the website. We're talking about the other stuff, all the filings and
Right.
yeah, and just a lot of paper.
Okay. And then there was one section in here where there was going to be notification going to ERAC and to the Board of Health. And I just think that any type of notifications or something that's important should also come through the select board, only because we get a little bit more visibility for people or announcements, but I can't.
Yeah, notifications of what?
Notifications.
Of any sort, do you have in mind?
I think it was,
I think it's the heavy metal testing.
the heavy metal testing I have, let me just see here.
The only notifications do occur routinely when when blasts occur. There's
Okay.
as I recall, there's a 48-hour notice, and then a 2-hour notice, then a 1-hour notice that goes to an email list. You can certainly add the select board to that.
All right, that would be great. And then the last thing, I did attend that public hearing, which I really appreciated. I thought it was very informative. And I thought there was a good amount of people here, and, not compared to the amount of people that get a notice, but hopefully it'll catch on. And I have to tell you that, through the lawsuit and everything, we had a lot of meetings, and we got to know each other, and everything was fine. But when I attended that meeting, I was really taken back by what the public was saying, what the neighbors were saying. And I walked away understanding that they just felt like it doesn't matter if I complain, nothing happens. Nothing happens. And that is very concerning to me, because you're running a business, you're making, I hope, a profit, and then I'm listening to residents say, my house, there's a blast, I get a crack in my wall, and nothing gets done. And there was a sense of hopelessness from many, many people. I think it's fair to say for many of the people there. So I really would like to find a way, how do we resolve that? Because if people feel that their homes are being damaged and that they're having to fight with an insurance company, and your company is feeling like, hey, it's, we turn it over to the insurance company, it's not us anymore, I feel like there's an issue there. and that the residents aren't really being taken care of, so,
Well, it's up to the residents to file a complaint. I mean, we can't
Right.
anticipate who's got damage or who doesn't.
I
They
understand.
really have to take the initiative, and we've done, tried to inform them as to what the process is. And we will continue to do that. As I say, that list of 85 abutters, we can send out a notice to them to remind them before the season starts. I mean, we can do that, but it's really their initiative.
right. I'm just wondering if it's really on us as a community. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I'm just wondering if it's more of us as a community. We need to do a better job of educating people. David, you live in the neighborhood. You might have a better idea. After leaving that meeting, I just thought something's amiss here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just continuing to remind folks what the process, what the procedures are. Certainly the pre-blast surveys, certainly, when ERAC meetings are happening, and when the permit renewal is happening. And I think having those open dialogues and those discussions are certainly helpful and informative to the public as a whole.
We'll talk about that, and we will come up with something.
How many people do get a pre-blast survey? Do we know off the top of our head?
We sent out notices to, or Wholesome did to about, I think it was 85 residents.
85 people?
And maybe 90.
Do we know how many answered that? Okay,
Wasn't many.
all right, maybe we can,
And it might be because they had the surveys done previously, too. This is not the first time.
okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. The only comment I wanted to make, which I was glad, the closure planning. It wasn't really a comment to this permit, but more just looking into the future, what that looks like, and how we solidify a plan
Yeah.
going forward. I think it's really important.
What I'll say about this, when we built this school, we were in negotiations with Aggregate at the time to get the easement for the soccer field. And of course, the question was asked, what's the lifespan on this quarry? This was 22, 23 years ago, and we were told 50 years. More recent conversations this year, what's the lifespan on this quarry? About 50 years. So we're pretty far away, and the closure plan is really not relevant until we get around 10 years. That's when the planning really needs to start. Before that, it's just continuing to remind them that you got to be thinking about this. There's not, much of the closure plan is, how are you going to fill this hole? What are you going to fill it with? And how are you going to get the water out? And technology can change. Materials can change. So getting fine detail on that just didn't seem to make a lot of sense to us.
Yeah, I think, I didn't realize 50 years was the new 50 years, so to your point, fair.
And-
I guess how do we know that that's accurate, I guess?
It's for ERAC to press
Okay.
Wholesome on what's going on.
Yeah, because I don't want it to be 50 years and then find out it's actually 15 years and we don't have a plan in place.
I will say, back 20 years ago, the estimate was that the quarry land could support 300 single-family houses.
Yeah.
Gives you something to think about.
I have one more question, Katie. How does Foster's Dam play into the quarry?
That's John's thing.
The water that accumulates in the quarry is at the lowest point, and the quarry pumps that water into a holding pond adjacent to Foster's Pond, so that if there's any sediment, dust or whatever, it has a chance to settle. There's a weir at the end of that holding pond that controls the height level of that water in the holding pond. And then that water goes through and filters right through Foster's Pond to Windsor Ave, where there's an outfall pipe that takes the water elevation, when it's really high, takes the water at Windsor Avenue and heads it off into a conservation area behind the houses on Windsor Ave. It eventually goes through the land, or the woods rather, and ends up on Mason Road and then down to Eastern Avenue, right out to Stacy's Brook.
Lynn side.
Hmm?
Stacy's Brook on the Lynn side. Just want to let you know that.
Thank you for being precise.
Clarification.
Now, in prior years, when they were actually monitoring that holding pond for clarity and chemicals, I actually recorded them from month to month through a year. They could pump as much as 120 million gallons in a year through Foster's Pond. Usually 20 to 30 million gallons a month. That's snow accumulation, rain, what have you. They have stopped testing the water leaving the holding pond because nothing really changed or was substantial to halt the operation. So they stopped doing it. They don't do the monthly reports anymore. So I don't know how many gallons they're pumping now.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you need a vote or anything?
Close the public hearing.
We have to close the public hearing, so.
So we don't approve these or anything? They've already done that? The changes? The permit?
Well, generally what we have is a first reading,
It's not on the agenda.
and then
And then,
take
Okay.
it up again. I don't,
yeah, we'd have to take it up at the next meeting for a vote because the agenda doesn't say that we will be voting.
Well, possible action votes.
Oh, yeah, but normally it would say underneath discussion and possible vote.
Okay,
Um,
no problem.
So I think if those are all of the questions related to the public hearing, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Yeah, do
Oh,
you-
sorry. Absolutely. Would you mind taking a microphone from ERAC though, so that people at home could hear you as well? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi, I think as you all know, my name is Chris Drukas, and I represent the Holcim, and have been representing the quarry since the earth removal bylaw came into existence in 1994. So I represented the quarry for about 31 years. And I think, to a certain extent, I think, Mary Ellen, I can address an issue that I think make you feel better. What has happened over the 31 years by having this earth removal bylaw and by having an ERAC and having an annual permit is that things have changed dramatically as to how this company or the series of companies have operated this facility over this 31 years that I've been involved. It is, and I think Gino probably knows from having dealt with them a long time. This is not the same company that Lynn Sand and Stone was. This is not the same company that Barden was. This multinational corporation that is very sensitive to the environment, and we also recognize the fact that this is clearly not an ideal place to have a quarry. It might have been when it started, but that was years ago, around 1908, when there weren't very many people in Swampscott living anywhere near the quarry, and in Salem as well. The quarry is basically half in Swampscott and half in Salem. The changes that have evolved and the monitoring that's been instituted by the ERAC and the Board of Selectmen over the years has created situations that have benefited the citizenry of the town dramatically. We can, if you ever saw what it was like with dust in the past, and noise in the past, and blasting in the past. I mean, there were incidents of fly rock coming out of the core. That'll never happen as long as this company, I can guarantee, as long as this company is operating the quarry, because of the way they operate. You should be aware of the fact that they just invested about $32 million in new equipment And the primary reason for doing that, of course, is production, but at the same time, you've got the most up-to-date dust suppression equipment, noise suppression equipment in there today. And one of the things that I think we've been trying to get this board to take a quarry tour, so you can see what goes on, know what goes on. When John talks to you about the weir, know where the weir is, know about the holding pond, know these things. I really would like you guys to get together. We would love to give you a tour, show you all this equipment, and I'm going to turn it over to Steve Landry, who's the operations manager at the quarry, to tell you a little bit about what they have done in the last year and a half with upgrading equipment and what it means to the town and to everyone's benefit. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. You guys might have never, the last time you got to see me, so I just like to give a little context. I can talk a lot, I'll try to keep it short, but I started with aggregate industries. Before that, it was Middlesex Materials. I started in Littleton, 1999. I've been in this industry for over 25 years. And back in those days with different companies, it was tough. Just safety, environmental. I think back then our approach was bring the lawyers in, right? Instead of walking in with the lawyers. So I started from the bottom up. I was a welder fabricator on nights, and I had every role you can have in the company in the stone side, right? So I got to see every aspect, and I'm really proud of that. So, in my journey, it's been fun and encouraging, and I have a lot of pride to work for a company where we are really looking for sustainability and trying to make impacts to the neighborhood, and looking at environmental solutions that are good for everybody, right? Not just profitability. And for me, I'm proud to work for a company like that. Like, there's opportunities to do other things and to work for a company that really is not just a slogan of propaganda. To me, it's fun. I call it fun. I love what I do. Now, fast forward, I was a South operations manager from 2007 until 2019, and I wasn't involved in Swampscott until 2023. So this new plant was just coming online and to be commissioned. So that's when I came into Swampscott. Now, Swampscott's new plant, so Holcim is the largest construction materials company in the world, right? So it's massive. And our biggest thing is cement. So, they do things, it's fun. So if you can prove your projects, you can do good things. And they did. And this was the biggest CapEx project in the United States in 2023, 2024. $32 million plant, that's a lot. Most plants are around $11 million. This thing is state-of-the-art. I call some parts of it are exotic to give people a reference, because it's hard to say what is, it's like a Countach. It's not the Camry, right? So this is a big deal. This is a big investment, and a lot of that is for obviously efficiency, but some of it is like everything's automated. The plant's automated. The person who runs it makes his life a little easier. He doesn't have to focus on switches, right? It's a computer, watching the computer, and he can turn things on with the click of a button. Dust control is all state-of-the-art. It has different zones. We can apply water at different spots just by a click of a mouse, so we can optimize the dust control. And it just goes on from there. So it's a really big deal. I'm proud I got to be part of it. And since I've been there, like the fencing, you see in here, the fences must be, constantly maintained. Fences, so there's one thing to have a maintained fence, another thing to have it look really nice. So we did along Danvers Road, that's all brand new fencing out back. I mean, I don't know, that was a lot. I kind of snuck that one in, but I'm really proud of the sites that I work at, and I want people to come in and see what we do. Like, we're really proud of what we do, and it's clean. It's you would come in there without even knowing what it is, you would probably be impressed, because it's probably not what you think. So that's why it's nice to bring people in and give them context. And, we just invested in some paving. The quarry pump was a $250,000 project to get the right quarry pump, so we can maintain the water with a drive, so we can adjust the rate. We can dial it right in, so we're not gushing water out into Foster's Pond, per se, right? We can adjust that, dial it in, and just always flow water at a constant rate. That was a big deal. That's operational. The garages are looking a little old. I'm involved in that now, looking at engineering, so we can make sure we can put new roofs on and make sure they're safe with the coating, because they're old, but we're upgrading those garages. That's going to be probably $1 million worth of garage upgrades. So we're really investing in this site for the long term. And if I could, I'd say some of the things that you talked about, like, how do you know 50 years is 50 years? It's hard to say, because with technology and, we're going to be, it depends on what is sales is a big deal, right? If the sales fluctuate, that changes. And also technology, like, do we ever go underground? And maybe there's a demand for stone in this region that's profitable, and we work through that process. So you just never know. And, but right now, we're confident that there is enough stone to get us to that point, for sure. And as far as the closure plans go, I would like to just speak about that real quick, too. So I've been part of this, and I was part of the Ashland closure plan, and it was pretty, it's different. So we don't know what the needs are of the town, so it's hard. Like, I was part of those conversations. We want to say now what's going to happen in 50 years. That's probably not a great thing. You know, maybe they need water. Maybe so maybe it's a reservoir if that's possible, or maybe it's a landfill, or and then at the end, is it housing, or is it softball fields and soccer fields? So I like what you said. Like, we should have our eye on it, and we want to partner up with the town and make sure that comes out great. Because we would be proud of whatever happens at the end. We want to be proud of that too, for sure. And so that's the deal. We're really investing, and just letting you know, we're going to keep doing it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
One of the things to also understand, the company owns about 200 acres. The quarry itself is about 160. So there's 40 other acres that they own in that area that will someday be developed, which we can't develop now because we want to maintain the buffer zone, and we do that. So again, I would ask that you recognize the fact that the company has made this kind of an investment, and if they've made this kind of investment, they're not 15 years away from closing the quarry. It's going to be around for a long, long time, and they continue to want to be a good neighbor. And when we talk about testing that we do, understand that every year that we do these tests, they're expensive, and it affects the bottom line. And that's why when we look at some of these things and say, okay, we will do this testing, but we can't keep doing all of these tests all of the time, year after year after year, because they're not going to show anything. I mean, through my 30 years of representing the company, I've got a box that's just full of different tests for dust and heavy metals and noise, and the things don't change. One of the things we talked about was a windrow. We did do a windrow study back 2010 to 2012. It's been done. So there isn't any test that hasn't been done basically over the years that the ERAC has requested from us that we've ever refused to do. It's just how many of them are responsible, because when you get the results and they show that we're in compliance, it just doesn't make any sense for us to do 15 tests every year that are going to show the same things. So again, please, let's get a tour. Okay?
We would be proud to show you. We're looking forward to it, and we're already just don't need a lot of notice. It looks great every day. I was just there, stopped in and talked to Regan, who's the plant manager. So yeah, we'd love to pull something off, get a bus, and bring you guys in there. It'd be awesome. We are doing water monitoring quarterly, right? So just so we are monitoring our water as well for TSS, and so we are doing that for sure.
If you want to put a float in the 4th of July parade, we'll get you Janelle Cameron's number too.
Yeah.
She'll let you put a float in.
So you guys give cookies out if we do that? I guess we'll
Terpene Journey does.
No, but I would be interested in anything that you guys, honestly, for me, if there's anything we can do to help with the town. It's hard to always get the information, but we would be looking for opportunities to help with donations as well. So
We'll call you tomorrow.
Glad to call you
yeah,
tomorrow.
For real. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you for all the information. Might I suggest, if possible, a community open house? So, like, I know folks who've lived here their whole life and never.
We do those like every 5 or 6 years. I think.
Yeah, who've never been to visit the quarry, even though they drive by it every day. So that might be something we put on our radar to.
Yeah, the last one we did was about 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh, I'd say more than that.
I think
I'd
like
say closer to
15 years ago.
Yeah.
Mary Ellen,
It was a really big success.
I brought my kids there. It was a big deal. It is a big deal to put on, and it's a little like we get to bring people in that many people in the quarry with an MSHA site. We have to make sure we do a lot of protocol, but it is a feel good moment for sure.
Great.
Okay.
Okay. Great. You may. It is a public hearing, so yes, you may.
All right.
Just state your name and address again.
I'm Peter Vallis, 105 Stanley Road. I'm trying to understand this issue that you've been speaking about for the last 20 minutes. The gentleman mentioned that 85 abutters are affected by the blasting.
No,
Now,
that's
that
not what I
would
said.
acute-
That's not what I said.
No, I believe the clarification, sorry, you,
My point is, if there's 85 abutters, it would appear that there's a zone or a precinct or a ward in Swampscott that is highly affected, all right? Of those 85 abutters, how many have filed insurance claims?
none. None.
None?
That's right. It's my understanding that
None, last couple of years.
in the last couple of years, there have been no insurance claims filed.
So it's a happy community, it's a happy area. There's no complaints from the abutters.
Well, I believe that that's not accurate either. I think there was a conversation had at a public meeting held by the folks who, the quarry, and there was some feedback to say that there can be some improvements and some lessons, but the feedback, it appears from the residents, that from the blasting, is that all those blasts are in line with what the permit requires. So then the encouragement is that we've reached out, we will continue to reach out to them, and in the past, we've reached out to them to have pre-blast reviews of their home to make sure that if post-blast there's an issue and they have an insurance claim, they have something to sort of like a standard to start from. And we will continue to communicate with them about any issues that come from blasting. Our earth removal committee, they are very diligent about the community first. And so I have great confidence that they will continue to do that work.
Okay, we live in a perfect world, thank you.
If only.
Alrighty then.
Okay, sure. Mr. Demento, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was under the impression this was a public hearing, and I did have an anxiety attack, and I was going to accuse the select board of being in a conspiracy to prevent me from speaking. But thanks to Chris Drucas, who went on with a lobbying about how wonderful the Glen Sand and Stone is, right after he told you how bad they were 30 years ago. It got this way through the hard work of people like Gene Barton and John Piccarello and Joe and the people around there now. It didn't just happen out of the kindness of Glen Sand and Stone, because they wouldn't give you the time of day 30 years ago. But now that that love is over, I'd like to ask them to do something meaningful to the town. We've been trying to get them to build the sidewalk from the bridge to where it begins on the Salem line. They were very quick years ago to help Mayor Driscoll when she wanted to put that sidewalk in, and did put that sidewalk in. Wouldn't it be nice if the people in Swampscott could walk all the way down Danvers Road to Salem? And they have to go around that very bad water.
The section
flooding
from the
issue
bridge
that
to
they
the
haven't
Salem
done anything
line,
to fix.
there's no sidewalk. I know.
But in any event, that's my 2 cents about what I'd like to see them do. They said they want to volunteer. They spent $32 million on their plant. Spend some money on, with all that equipment they have, and build the sidewalk so people can walk to Salem from the Mazzolas Corner Bridge. And one other thing which I think is more important. The ERAC committee has recommended that they have the right of approval. From what I get at, I don't think the selectmen for 1 minute should give up as the licensors the who gets to renew the permit. It should be the select board that renews the permit. Who knows? The next company like somebody could be the devil. So if Joe Markarian can tell us that isn't what he meant about the ERAC committee approving that they're in substantial compliance, I'd like to see that to be a recommendation and not a renewal of the permit. Thank you for all that time.
Thank you, Mr. Demento.
I didn't catch what you were saying.
Joe,
Joe, would you
I
like to?
can,
remind them that we're in a box.
Yeah.
I can repeat it, anyone that needs it.
We are by our name an advisory committee. We don't approve. I mean, we internally approve what we are going to recommend to the select board, but we don't approve the permit.
So I think what Mr. Demento was talking about was the language added clarifying Wholesome's substantial compliance, and that the provision that was added was the compliance was as determined by ERAC,
As opposed to wholesome.
as
Well-
opposed to Wholesome. Or
As
as
opposed to the
undefined.
select. Well, I would say, I guess, frankly, it doesn't matter to me who determines whether they are in compliance or not. You're gonna ask us if they are in compliance with everything that the permit requires them to submit. If you'd like us to report to you with the language that says, if they're, and we would report to you anyways, if they are out of compliance, we would say, you really have to think about not approving this permit because they're not in compliance. And we,
I can help you too with this, because the language of the permit right now just doesn't define substantial compliance. It's not that you're taking any purview away from the select board. It's not given to the select board in the permit. You're actually saying now, substantial compliance as determined by ERAC, to give it a definition, it looks like. But in the permit as it reads, Wholesome must be in substantial compliance with this permit before a new permit or an extension or renewal of this permit will be granted. That is the sentence.
right,
So
but who determines and how is it determined what substantial compliance is?
Yeah.
And because there was no definition to that, it seemed to make sense to put somebody in. If you would prefer language that suggests that ERAC would inform
Recommend.
the select board if, whether or not they are in compliance, and we would normally, under a routine presentation here. If they were not in compliance, that would be part of our presentation.
Correct.
But if you'd like it worded differently, where the select board is more directly connected to substantial compliance determination, sure.
I have no problem with the way you phrased it, Joe. It makes perfect sense to me.
Same.
Yeah, I don't have a real issue with the phraseology because you don't have it in your purview to approve the
Right.
permit. That's in our purview, and you're not changing the language to put it in your purview. You're just saying that the compliance piece is the piece
Okay.
that you are reviewing and bringing to us.
Would
as
you
a
like us
suggestion.
to strike the language that was added?
No, I'm fine with
No.
it.
Okay.
I'm fine with it, unless, okay, looks like
Yeah.
a straw poll.
I'd like to know about the sidewalk.
Maybe that's
And your
not,
response to the sidewalk comment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I can't make that decision, but yeah, I mean, if we could have something more formally sent to us via email or something that I can pass through the company, I promise you I would do that, and I would fight. I'm gonna fight for anything that we can do for our towns, the neighboring towns, for sure.
Thank you.
And I think if we're going to make an ask, we should really think
I'm
about
just
it.
saying, yeah.
that it,
Of course.
very good.
Depends on whose land they're gonna put it.
Okay.
That may be main,
So having heard from all the parties now, including the public, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. And then, so we will have to put this on the next agenda to vote on this. And,
Well, Katie, should we have actually continued the public hearing to
oh,
June
well,
18th?
can we reopen the public hearing? We just,
Yeah, we can reopen it. I mean,
but they have to post again.
But we have
Wait,
to take a vote with
I
the
mean-
public hearing or
I
something?
think,
The one important thing here that you have to understand, this permit has to be approved by the Board of Health as well. They have to have time to have a meeting to discuss it, and July 1 is not that far away.
So we'd have to get it on the next one.
The Board of Health meets on June 18th.
Same night.
Same night we meet, so, so long as we vote on this early, then it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
the issue with, if we keep this open, we would have to keep this open as a public hearing and
Okay.
not close it, because
Okay,
in
so,
order to repost it, it's complicated.
so is the will of the board to postpone the public hearing, or is the will of the board to vote on it this evening? Continue, sorry, continue. Or to vote on it this evening?
I'm not comfortable voting on it this evening, only because our protocol is to have one reading and then vote on it the second reading.
Okay, does any other board members have feelings?
That's fine. As long as
Yeah, I could go either way.
orchestrated
I
with
don't
the
have
Board
any
of Health.
preference either way.
What's that thing?
I don't have any preference either way.
Okay. So, I guess we can strike the motion to,
So do you need a motion to rescind our last motion?
thank you.
So moved.
Second?
And then I will take a motion to continue the public hearing till June 18th at 7 PM. We'll say 6:45, sorry.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. All in
All in
favor?
favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay,
Both of those. Yeah.
for all of it. The rescission and the,
You done?
We want to take
Your
up the
turn.
Eagle Scout? 'Cause
Yes.
he's-
yes, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, pleasure. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we will go back to the presentation of the proclamation of our Eagle Scout, if everybody's okay with that.
Sure.
Yes.
All right. So if we would, our Eagle Scout wants to come and join us. Jonathan, you can come up to the mic here. And I would like to recognize you with this proclamation. Whereas the rank of Eagle Scout is the highest honor that can be attained by a Boy Scout and takes years of dedication and commitment to achieve. And whereas Eagle Scouts act as leaders and role models in the community, the Eagle Scout Award is a distinction that will follow Mr. Wagler throughout life and will be a beacon to others of the leadership quality and commitment he has shown. And whereas his attainment of the rank of Eagle Scout involved enhancing an existing trail in Ewing Woods, and in collaboration with the Swampscott Conservancy, installing an informational kiosk near the entrance of the woods. This major community service project will undoubtedly benefit the citizens of Swampscott, Massachusetts for years to come. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that on behalf of the entire Select Board and the town of Swampscott, we do hereby congratulate and recognize Mr. Walger for his achievement of the rank of Eagle Scout and urge others to join us in extending our congratulations. And witnessed here too and signed by the hands affixed the great seal of the town of Swampscott, Massachusetts, the Swampscott Select Board. Thank you very much. We just wanted to extend congratulations to you. This is a very big accomplishment that not many people attain. And I believe that it's the hope that we will compile a list of all of our Eagle Scouts in town, and we will display that somewhere so that we could commemorate you for years to come. So thank you very much for your contribution.
Congratulations.
Sure, we can absolutely take a picture, but does anybody have any questions or comments for our Eagle Scout before we do that?
Can you tell us about your project and just comment on what your journey was like? I mean, we had the opportunity to come to your ceremony. Doug and myself had a chance to get there. We don't have to shuffle kids around to Little League and soccer, so we were able to run over, which was a really great experience for me. I've always wanted to attend one, and to see all the awards that you get and your parents there, I mean, this is a major accomplishment for your parents. I know you did a lot of work, but I know what it's like being a parent and having to, do you have this ready? Do you have that ready? So this is a really big deal, really big deal.
Yeah, so as you said before, it was my Eagle Scout project mainly centered around a kiosk in Ewing Woods, which I didn't know was named Ewing Woods. I just knew it as the forest near my old elementary school, Stanley, which is now the new elementary school. And then we also did trail cleanup and also installed trail medallions to mark the path. And then, so pretty relatively basic, kind of standard Eagle Scout project in my opinion. But I would say one of the really unique parts of my journey was going through COVID with it, because what a lot of people don't know is when you have a big pandemic, a lot of merit badge counselors are not able to really meet. So that was really the biggest and most noteworthy part of my advancement, in my opinion, because every Eagle Scout does an Eagle Scout project, but not everybody goes through a pandemic to get it. So I just found that a really unique experience in terms of that's actually where I got a great many of my merit badges, because my dad became a merit badge counselor for a bunch of them, and also we found other people on like Zoom and stuff. But yeah, so it was a really great experience, more than half of my life actually. So it's great that it's come to this.
That's incredible. Excellent. Anybody else?
So I had a great time with Mary Ellen. It was a little bit of a throwback experience because I'm an Eagle Scout too.
And he had to take the pledge again.
And I did have to take the pledge again, which
He
was a
did,
little
so now
scary.
we're going to monitor him.
Exactly.
Very happy to see he took that
Exactly.
pledge again.
Two things I have to say. One is I want to second what Mary Ellen said. To your mom and to your dad, really kind of, I brought back like all the intense work that happens by parents in this. The other factoid I learned was that only 6% of people that go into Boy Scouts actually end up being an Eagle Scout. So this is really kind of like a top dog type of thing. So congratulations.
I have one question for you, because we actually at Town Hall, we have plaques that have been made, and every Eagle and the Girl Scout Gold Award since 1923 are on these plaques. But you've thrown a little curveball in for us because we've got to send a plate out to put your name on it. So we just need to know, because I know at the event, I think you went by the name John Henry, and yet your name is Jonathan. So we just need to know what you want on the plaque.
Here.
We're gonna find out from Crown Trophy how long it's gonna take to put your name on the plaque, and then as soon as we have that date, we'll have the unveiling.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Jonathan is my real name. Jack Henry is a nickname. Don't ask me how I got it. I have no idea. I would probably prefer Jonathan Henry Walger or Jonathan
Okay.
Walger, whichever one, just
We'll
because.
take care of that.
Very good. All right, so if you don't mind, we'll take a picture for, for posterity and for your parents. Do you guys want to come? Sure. Join us? Come on, guys, don't be shy.
She's in our neighborhood, she takes wonderful care of all these kids. Yes.
That's a good picture.
Oh, that's a great picture.
Perfect. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Alrighty. Next item on the agenda will be discussion and possible vote on 12 to 24 Pine Street schematic design. We have some folks here from Neighborhood Housing to help us along.
Hello, thank you for having us.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce yourselves to the public?
Yes, so my name is Holly Grace.
And I'm Yara Verget.
And we work with B'nai Housing. I have a presentation?
Perfect.
Should I do it?
Diane will pull that up for us.
While that's, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. While that's loading, just a very quick intro about B'nai Housing. We're a nonprofit organization. We build non-sectarian affordable housing and manage it. We have a track record of high-quality, successful development, including the Mashon, the former school on Burpee Road, which was completed in 2021. We have experience with service-enriched senior housing with resident service coordination, like exists at the Mashon. And here on Pine Street, it's our goal to be involved with this property for a long time and help residents age in place. And we are excited about the synergies that this development will have with the existing Mashon. So just a little recap about the process. B'nai Housing responded to the town's RFP to develop this site on Pine Street in August 2023. And the land agreement was signed in December 2024. And consistent with this land agreement, we have developed plans that tonight we're going to review, the schematic design plans. And the land agreement requires that the select board review and approve, basically to make sure that we are consistent with what was laid out in the land agreement. Once the select board approves the plans, we will prepare a submission for the zoning board for a friendly 40B process. So we're very happy to be here, very excited. Thank you. Our plans are on the screen, or I guess the plan set that we've submitted to you. So the proposal, the name is Veterans Crossing, which I think was coined by the town, or was that us? Anyway, through this process, that's what we've been calling it. The proposal is for 41 units, all with 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. Unit sizes are 600 square feet. They are flat-styled apartments, so there's elevator service that goes to each floor. All senior and older adults for age 55 and older, with a preference for veterans and a local preference to the extent allowed by the state. Again, all the units are affordable to income limits of 60% of area median income, which I quickly checked today, it's about $69,000 annual income for a 1-person household. And we propose to do service-enriched housing, similar to what we do at the Michon. And with this resident service coordination, we plan to work in partnership with Soldier On, which is a Massachusetts nonprofit focused on veterans. They would provide the resident service coordination and work along with the property management company to help residents as they age. They have strong experience with veterans and the issues that they face and the services that are available to them. So let's look at the plan. Actually, if we could go back to the cover. Thank you. So this is a rendering. There's more in the package, but just to give a quick overview. We're working with architects called the architectural team, and the design that they've come up with is inspired by the surrounding residential neighborhood with a traditional New England coastal style, and the goal is to be compatible with the residential character of Swampscott. So it's clapboard style. We've got a porch in front. It's 3 stories with a pitched roof, and I guess this is the design suggested to complement the residential style. We're going to talk a little more about this pitched roof with a different visual coming up in a few minutes. If we could go to the next page. All right, tough to read, not very interesting looking, but it's the existing conditions. So the location's on Pine Street near the New Ocean intersection, the former location of the garage when the town purchased it, which has since been demolished. The VFW building is currently on site. Neighboring homes are across Pine Street and also on Erie Street. And there's a culvert located towards the top of the site along the property line. The next plans, which we're not really going to go through, feel free to ask questions if you do. There's a demolition and erosion control plan, a layout and materials plan, grading, drainage, and utility plan, and a landscape plan. And there's also a site plan, if you keep scrolling. Keep going? Yes, please. Keep going. Please.
Holly?
Yes, there it is. Yeah.
If we have questions, do you want to wait till the end? Or like if they're technical questions, should we ask them now, or what's best for your flow? Do you want the wait or?
I'm happy to do it either way, whichever you prefer.
Is it about the plans we just scrolled past?
Yeah.
Then let's wait till the end.
Okay, let's wait till the end.
Is that okay? So if we keep going, please. So this is the, back one, please. This is I guess a pretty picture site plan, a rendered site plan that's hopefully easy to explain. So Pine Street is on the bottom of this plan. And the building footprint you can see with the sloped roofs is on the right. And the parking area is on the left. So the parking area in this plan is adjacent to the dispensary towards the more commercial use of the site, We placed the housing close to the corner with Erie Street, which we debated, but it's our thinking that it's a quieter use, and thought that rather than the cars entering and exiting with their lights and potential trash coming in and out, that this would be preferred. So car access comes in from the driveway that's shown in the middle of this plan. This has 35 spaces of outdoor parking with a ratio of 0.85 per unit. So this is less than 1 per unit. But we think this is adequate based on the actual car usage and car ownership with the tenants at Michon. It is, from this location especially, easy to access the bus service to go to grocery store, retail, and other services. So we're continuing or improving the sidewalk network around the site. We've got the parking lot. The main building entrance is at the Pine Street side with a porch. And the sloped roof, you can see, it looks a little unusual because there's the white rectangle with little squares in it. This is showing that there's actually a flat roof in the middle that houses the mechanical equipment, and it's dropped down into a mechanical well, so that they're hidden, basically, from the view of the neighbors and the sidewalk and the street. We thought this would be an appealing design. We like the sloped roof just for the residential character, and I know that mechanical equipment tends to be a sensitive issue. If you could scroll to the next plan, please. Thank you. This is the ground floor plan. The entrance is shown towards the bottom of the site, off of the porch area. On this floor, we have a community room, 2 offices, one for the property manager, one for the resident service coordinator who will work in this building, a fitness room, a package room, a bathroom to be used by folks when they're on this floor, and back of the house usage like electric, trash room, boiler, and water. We have 2 elevators and 2 sets of stairs and 11 units on this floor. On the second floor, Marcy's got it, thank you, okay. There are 15 units, a shared laundry room, and a balcony outdoor deck across from the laundry room. The third floor has 15 units and also some back of the house storage maintenance space. If we can go to the next plan with typical, we've focused on that, sloped roofs. Yeah. These are the 2, one more if we can go. Our typical unit plans next, Marcy?
Yep.
Thank you. So all of the units will have 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom, approximately 600 square feet. They all have full kitchens, dishwasher, and all typical appliances. All electric, so no gas stoves here. And the next slides have elevations. So, Yara, maybe you can help me read. That's the view, the top one's the view from the parking lot.
Yep.
The bottom view is from Pine Street. And these are elevations, so they're not, you'll never actually see this view. It's very flat look. The next slide, please, Marcy. That is Erie Street. And then the bottom one is the view looking basically from across the property line, from the backyards of homes. And this view will never be seen. Our landscape plan has some evergreens and other things to help shield and buffer that view. And perspective drawings of how we think this could look. And is the section next? Yes. Yeah, so this is a cake slice, basically, through the building, which shows where the units are, the common spaces. And if you note in the small text on the right, we have the elevations of the different floors. And you might note that the first floor is raised a bit. It needs to be above the floodplain elevation. And there's also the mechanical well on the roof that I spoke about. Shows how the mechanical equipment is on the flat roof portion and that the sloped roof conceals that. And then our last page in this packet is our proposed level of interiors. These are samples from recent developments that our architect worked on. And BBH tries to make all of our affordable housing as attractive as market rate and to be able to compete with market rate so people feel proud about living in our communities, and we try to have happy tenants. So we like quality design, and we want to be proud of what we build and have Swampscott be proud of us too. We look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Doug, would you like to start?
Sure. So my first question was, way back when we talked, Holly, and there were some questions about being able to build across, is it a culvert that kind of transects the property? And is the building now crossing that, or is that kind of just to the left edge of the building?
The culvert is not going to be built on, the building is not going to be built on top of the culvert, and we will need to relocate the culvert further into the parking lot.
Yeah, it's noted
Yes.
on the demolition and erosion control plan. You can see close to the VFW building, there's sort of a dashed line that goes north-south. That's the new location of the culvert.
Okay, so when we were having our conversations before, that seemed like something that just couldn't be worked around, but I guess now we've found a way to work around it. Okay? My other question was, just what about in terms of, we have a climate action plan here, we're trying to instill and require as much as possible buildings that are all electric, heat pumps, solar. What are the plans in that regard?
Good question. I don't know if we've fully worked it out. In our most recent developments, we are Passive House certified and all electric and extremely green. I would imagine we would do something similar here. Architects are still at this very conceptual level, and we have not yet engaged mechanical engineers and things like that. So I think it will be a very high standard of green, which is what the state requires for affordable housing.
Okay, but you're showing the mechanical kind of equipment on top of the building, and with the sloped roofs and everything, doesn't really seem like solar's kind of in the cards with that type of design. Is that
You're
wrong?
raising a good point, and I would say we need to look into it more. I would like solar on this building, and if we can do it on sloped roofs and somehow think creatively about this, we'll try to make it happen.
I probably should know this, what level of requirement we have in town for it to be that way, in terms of, Ted, you got any comments on that?
You have stretch code, right?
Yeah, we're super stretch. Yeah.
And most communities are, so we'll be looking into it, definitely.
And then, a fundamental thing here is getting vets in here. So I know that's not necessarily, we're looking at a schematic design, but, I think that in the broader sense of the community, that's, the most important thing. So do you have anything to share tonight about your thoughts and ways in which, whether with Soldier On or any other way in which we're going to ensure that we get Swampscott vets that are living here?
We are going to market the heck out of this to make sure that every veteran who might possibly want to live here is aware of it and is aware of our timing for the application process and lottery process that comes out. So honestly, everyone in this room, I would like to enlist your help. There will be email blasts and information sessions and things like that, that we will be getting the word out. Yeah, and we're working with Soldier On, who has a massive contact list also.
And I know that Mike Sweeney has been a part of these conversations, our veterans agent, and the last conversation I had with Mike involved confidentiality of veterans, and once you guys give him the information, he can get the information out. So he's very keen to also partner up with you guys to make sure that he's getting the information out to all the right folks.
Great, wonderful.
On that topic, so is it fair to say that, so 60% of this housing will be available for people who make $69,000 or less?
No, that's just the income band.
That's the income.
Yeah,
So can you just?
all of the housing, every single unit,
Is affordable.
all 41,
Every
will have
unit.
income restrictions on it, every single unit. And the income maximum that we're proposing is 60% of the area
AMI.
medium
Right,
income.
right.
So sorry for that confusion, that's
Is
the
there a
income.
two-tier to it, or is it all just under
thought
60?
we had
Is there a
three
30 and a
tiers.
60, or? Yeah.
Yeah, so all of them, 60 and below.
Some of them,
Right, but what's the
Plus.
proportion of each? Yeah.
I think do we have 60, 50, 60% AMI units, 50%
50, a couple,
MI units?
And then 15, 30%.
30%.
15 units that are 30%, and the remainder, 50 and 60%, with the majority being 60.
All right, so just walk us through this only because, just in case anybody from the limb item is on here, because if we just start getting this information out. So you're saying 15 units will be available for people who make what or less?
30%
30% of,
area median income.
or below.
And do we know what that dollar amount
Ooh, I
is?
didn't pull that up today, but is that $40,000-ish?
Not even.
Probably 30,
And it adjusts every
30,
year.
35, probably.
So the area medium income you said was 69,000?
No, that is the 60%.
Oh, that's
of area.
60%,
Sorry, I
okay.
didn't mean to confuse.
Yeah,
folks.
no,
I
that's
apologize.
okay, that's okay, that's
All right,
good,
so
we're
we
having
have-
clarity.
We have 15 units is the 30% AMI.
Yep.
Yes.
And then how many units?
Forgive me, 23 units will be restricted to at or below 30%.
23 units.
23 units, and the
That's
remainder
gonna lose 18.
will
So
be
that's-
60. The remaining 18 units will serve eligible households earning up to 60% AMI.
And that's the number Holly gave earlier, right now.
And then we're gonna need
69,000.
clarification on what that income actually is, because I attended something with Soldier On. I went to like a seminar thing, and there's a number of veteran income doesn't even fall into that range, that they don't, it's exonerated from that formula. So we just need to start working to find out really
Like
what
a
that
portion of
means.
their benefits are not counted
Right,
towards
so if they get
income.
veteran benefits or
Correct.
SSDI, depending on, those things are not calculated. as
Right.
part of that.
Okay, so we should get somebody
Clarification.
in who can have a conversation with that.
34,300 is the 30% of AMI.
34,300 is what those 20,
That's for one,
that's for one
Yeah.
person.
would be $39,200.
Okay.
So can two people live in one of these units?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, right. And it's good.
okay. Go ahead, David.
So, have there been like ongoing discussions with the veterans stakeholders, with members of the VFW and the DAV?
Regarding these
Regarding-
plans?
Yes, yeah.
No,
No.
not yet.
How is the visitor parking gonna work for the development, since this is already gonna be fairly tight? And previously with other larger developments, we've restricted the recreation stickers for residents of those. So where are, folks that are coming to visit? Where are they, how is that gonna work with the town? And maybe that's a question to you or to Marzi, but it's certainly a concern for us and for me.
Currently, we imagine it being in the shared parking lot. In our developments, we don't have assigned parking spaces, other than someone who might have a handicap placard or some extreme mobility issues. So typically, the parking shared between residents and visitors, first come, first serve. And there is limited on-street parking nearby. Folks might be on the street as it exists currently.
Are the 2 handicap spots going to be sufficient for this population, senior population, veterans?
That's a good question. Right now, it meets building code, according to the architects, but we could look into adding more spaces.
And then, kind of, can you give us an idea of the timing for the funding rounds as to how that timeline would work? And
So the pre-application for the state funding, well, I guess, backing up even further, Marzi, the North Shore Home Consortium has a funding round where this year the deadline was around Labor Day, I believe. So it would be wonderful if our permitting is underway or even in hand before we apply for that to demonstrate readiness. So we would apply for that. And then the pre-application for the state funding round typically happens in October. So we would ideally have permits in hand and be ready at that point. And then the application is in the winter. So winter 2026, we would be prepared to submit an application for low-income housing tax credits and the other state sources.
And then
But we absolutely need permits in hand to do that.
And then when's the award, say you're successful, when would funding be received?
6 to 9 months later.
Okay.
Depending
Just so we
on
understand the steps all the steps in the process.
Yeah, depending on what the
Yeah.
governor has going on, basically.
So if everything worked out, just in case, if everything worked out, at what point do we need to have people's applications in and lined up to get into this building? Like we need to know what our timing is.
If you were funded in that round, say.
So we would start construction in March
March
2027.
27.
Yep.
And so March 2027, October 2028.
Be our complete, I think we're looking at March 2028 is when the marketing process would start in earnest. Typically, it's 6 months. They get going 6 months before the construction is complete and move-ins can happen.
So that would mean September 28 is when you're thinking.
Best case
Best case
scenario.
scenario.
We get funded in one round
Yep.
and we get permits quickly.
Fastest
Yeah.
scenario, okay.
And so you would take applications 6 months prior to that?
March 28.
The marketing company that is highly skilled on this very regulated process does that effort. And yes, they would be taking applications and conducting their info sessions and things like that in the months, and doing outreach in the months, starting 6 months before occupancy, and a lottery probably 3 months before occupancy.
So our situation with the Michon was the qualifications to get into Michon were resident, Swampscott resident. It was the first preferred. And we have a very low number of Swampscott residents that got into the Michon. And I actually thought you did a good job of marketing because I heard it all the time and, I wasn't paying attention. It was just constant out there. However, to see the numbers of Swampscott residents that actually got into that building was disheartening to me. So the number one preference for this is veterans. The next preference is Swampscott veterans. So it's veterans, Swampscott veterans. And I just want to make sure we're doing everything in advance to make sure we have all of our folks lined up and, they know exactly what they need to do and the application process. So, and I know Mike Sweeney at the last meeting that you had to talk about this, Mike Sweeney is ready to go. He just needs to get some details and some information so that he can start, he can start actually marketing in this area,
Great.
okay?
Although, again, it'll be highly regulated, and so nobody can apply
Right,
until this marketing time period.
right.
But they can be ready.
Yeah.
We just need to have them ready.
Yes.
March 2028 at the earliest.
Yeah, I think-
If all goes well.
I think what the data points we're looking for is how veterans determine if they could even be eligible for this, with the income, what parts of their income apply towards the income calculation. Like some of those things we could start maybe getting some, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, getting some information together, and so that we can start educating folks in town who are paying attention, who want to see this, want to see themselves here in 2028. They can start figuring some of those items out in advance. That way we are more prepared than maybe, and we have an understanding even prior to application, what the population is going to look like to be able to apply. I think that was one of the big things, was just making sure people understood what documentation they would need, how the calculation is made for eligible income, and maybe that's something we can work with the Affordable Housing Trust to also put out some educational information about. Maybe we can get Joe to do a video for us and start, see if we can get some information to the senior center and things like that, just so people feel very prepared. I had a couple of questions, if everybody. I just talked, in speaking about parking in cars, can you just speak a little bit more about, because I know you brought up Michon and do you know what the ratio of residents to cars is at Michon?
But it was very similar.
0.78, was it?
0.8.
Wait, which are we here?
Michon.
Apologies.
Wait,
Yep.
so here is, where was it? It was 8.87.
8.87, and here we're going for
8.5.
8.5. Okay, so it's very similar to Michon. And right now, where do the visitors at Michon park? In the shared parking lot,
In
right?
the shared, well, the parking ratio is much higher at Michon, but the spaces there are more spaces per unit there. Okay, let's clarify.
Is it
Yep.
1.5?
They have 1.25 spaces per unit at Michon, is that correct?
48.
Hold on, and Gara's gonna do some math. I might be wrong. There's 38 units. 1.1? It's above 1.
Okay,
38 units.
There are often empty spaces in the parking lot. Often.
Yep.
They are often used by people going to soccer games or the playground or things like that, not necessarily for the people living in the building. From information from our property manager, we have learned that car ownership at Michon is, you have this one, the 0.8, that's the 0.89 per
Okay.
unit.
okay,
So overnight, you would imagine at 3 AM,
yep,
0.89 spaces per unit is totally adequate for that population. We expect here at Veterans Crossing, car ownership to actually be lower with the veteran population and the number of 30% AMI units that are here, just from the expense of owning, insuring, and paying for a car. We think that there'll be more folks that rely on public transportation or other transportation. So we're feeling like it is adequate for
Okay.
this.
yes, I was just asking about Michon to illustrate that, given Michon has had success with has not had a parking issue, has not had a visitor's parking issue, and taking the same philosophy and applying it here, where you actually expect to have even less cars because of the income levels and the population that it services, then should be an even less of a chance that it will be an issue here.
Just to clarify, don't have the same parking
Correct,
provided. All right,
correct,
just wanna make
understood,
sure.
yes,
Same
I
question.
understand that. Go ahead.
Just, is the ratio of 30%, 50% similar at Michon?
There are many more 60%. The ratio of 60% AMI units is much higher
Okay.
at Michon than it will be here at Veterans Crossing.
In talking about the mechanicals in the roof well, we'll call it, can you speak to, or do you have any information on how that might mitigate noise of the mechanicals, or do you have any data on noise?
No data.
Okay.
No data?
No data,
at
no,
this
because
point,
you're
other
not
than
even sure which mechanicals we're putting up there yet, so. But
Other
just,
than it must help, because there's a
I would
wall,
assume,
basically a
that's
wall,
right.
and then a slope roof.
Yeah. So I would assume that having it embedded in the roof like that must mitigate the noise, which is great. And then I was just like, where does the snow go? But that's a you problem, not an us problem, but the snow must build up in there, right?
So my understanding is that the property management company contracts,
In the well.
In, the
in the well.
yeah, in the well.
I'm sure there's
You don't have to
There
answer
must
today,
be
just-
drains for
yeah, there
rain
must
and
be
things
dra-
like
yeah,
that. Thank
okay.
you, that is a you problem, meaning us problem, so we will ask the question to our people, yeah.
It's lovely that there's a deck on the building, that's great. There's space for the residents to enjoy outside, both in the front and the roof area. Just, again, not a today answer, but noise mitigation and, respectfulness of the neighborhood. I don't know where the roof is in line with people, if there are abutters there. And
You
they
could
can see-
imagine quiet hours.
quiet hours, or but just even visually, if they can see into yards or anything like that, if we put up some screening or something, just something to be thoughtful about for neighborhood privacy and protection.
There's gonna immediately be huge trees right here.
I mean, I was actually gonna ask about the landscape plan because I am a liaison to the tree committee, so they would be very mad if I didn't. Obviously, we would love to understand to have the landscape plan keep as many existing mature trees as possible and not have any of them removed if possible. And if there are gonna be replantings, that they meet the native plant schedule that we have in town, which Juno can provide to you, if you don't already have it.
You see the plan where all the trees are being removed.
Where's that? Sorry, no, Doug, I didn't see that. That's why I asked the question.
Okay.
But this is the landscape plan here, right? So all of these are
Yep.
going back in? And I assume this,
I don't know, it's like,
it's C103, is that the landscape
I
plan?
believe that is the landscape plan, yeah.
Okay. So it does look like the whole back property, and some of them are quite significant in size, I believe, if the circles indicate how big the tree is.
Do you have to do that? Maybe if we just,
Depending on the
I think-
culvert work.
Culvert work, and one of them might be right in the fence line, because the neighbors encroached quite a bit onto that property.
Okay.
So where the existing fence is, isn't where the property line is.
So we're pushing that neighbor back, or pushing that fence back.
A good 10 feet.
To the
Whoa.
property line.
The town is reclaiming their land.
Exactly. And I've met with the residents last week, and they're fine with it. They said, thank you for letting us use it for the last so many years.
Well, that's pleasant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think that's everything I wrote down. Anyone else? Any follow-up questions or any additional questions?
I just want to know if the planning board has seen these, or if the planning board has,
We are following the
you're following the
rule
LD.
of the,
Right.
yeah, of the land agreement.
Mhm.
Marzi has shared them with the planning board. And we
Oh, and the
invited them,
chairperson is here.
and we invited them to attend the meeting. And also the plans, the schematic design plans will be available on the town website, so that publicly they're available. And again, as Holly stated in her introduction, this is the first stop of the conversation, and then we will discuss, and then
What is it, what is the date?
then they go, what is the date?
What do we have? How many days do we have?
on this?
Yes,
Right,
on these,
hopefully we get comments prior to that so that it could be approved by that day.
right, I think the approval, they would like in 45 days. So the idea is that we would provide feedback between now and next meeting, and then if there is takeaways, that they would come back with enhancements based on those takeaways.
So how do we get this in front of the neighbors?
Well, we could propose a public
Neighborhood meeting?
neighborhood meeting. There are, Marzi?
So, yeah, so if I can just comment.
So per the LDA, the select board is the entity that provides the comments. I'm happy to hold a neighborhood meeting to share it with the neighbors, and maybe report back to you if that's what you prefer, but it's really up to this board how you wanted to address the comments or regarding the project.
Well, so there's like a couple questions here. One is, what happens if you have some neighbors that are like, look, where that deck is there, that deck's looking into my bedroom window, can you move that deck here or there? Or, I don't know, I'd like to know if what the planning board has to say. Where is the actual, is there an outdoor dumpster for trash, or is that trash kept inside?
It is.
And actually, there's some.
Is that it?
Actually,
That's it there?
trash rooms.
There's a room, yeah.
Lauren, is
Trash
it
room and
possible
then-
to share
Diane, can you-
the, is that the layout plan?
God bless you.
Oh, we also have the smoking shed.
It's page 4. C101.
Keep going, Diane. Keep going. That one.
There it is.
Thank you.
Do you want to zoom? Can we ask her to zoom?
Do you have it?
Yeah, we have
Oh,
it
you
in front of
have
us.
it in front of you.
So it looks like in the parking lot, in the top right-hand corner,
Yes.
there's a trash
That's-
area.
That's the trash area, with the thought that a trash truck could come in through the driveway, circle around, and reverse to get the trash into the truck. There's also, what is that labeled? In the corner, a smoking shed, which has been recommended to us.
I'm sorry, what?
A smoking shed?
Smoking shed,
So the
it's
whole
been
property's
recommending to us. Our building is non-smoking, but especially with the veterans population, to have a place, it basically looks like almost like a bus shelter, to go to smoke.
So where does that go?
Is that right next to the trash?
Near the trash.
Okay.
Noted.
Okay, so as the LDA states, we are the ones who give the commentary back to Vinay. So if we would like public comment in this process, then I think we can certainly invite them to be a part of it, but it's on us to get feedback in order to give the comments. So if we would like to set up a neighborhood meeting, also a veterans meeting of the veteran stakeholders to present, I think that is.
Or just
or
have a
one to have-
public meeting as a part of our
Right.
next meeting?
Right.
Sure. Yeah, or we can have a separate one. I mean, it might, in order to hear the feedback, Doug, it's often like
Right.
less.
Conducive to have it here?
This is just my opinion, but open to anything. It can be intimidating to come to a select board meeting and to have public feedback like that. If it's just related to this one topic, it maybe is a little bit more comfortable for people to give feedback on it.
It's like something at the senior center, something a little.
Yeah.
Mhm. I think that'd be a good idea.
Okay, so I think we'd like to try to do that, Marcy, and I'd be glad.
Okay.
And we can certainly see if you all are available and would like to join us, we'd be happy to have you, and we can make this presentation available, make sure the neighbors and the stakeholders know.
So that would all have to happen in the next 2 weeks before our
Mhm.
next meeting?
Ideally.
I mean, we can schedule it next week. I mean, I think that we have tried to do our best to really reach out to all of the residents and all of the surrounding the property, so then they're aware of anything that's going on site, as well as really communicating with the leaders of the VFW as well. So we'll
I mean,
continue to do
I
that.
think the biggest thing that came up when we had that public meeting on what was that, the 30th, April 30th? One of the biggest questions that came up was the selection of one of the biggest concerns that came up was the selection of who was going to get in there. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. Who was going to actually get in there and I think there's I don't know, there was one individual that kept bringing it up and about the process on how people are getting in and.
So we're not going to have a draft tenant selection plan
Right.
for this submission and for the comprehensive permit submission?
Right, I think, I'm sorry.
We understand that that's
Yeah,
very
my
important.
point was that
concern
was
of
the only thing that was the biggest thing that came up, and then the second biggest thing was parking.
Yeah, so whatever,
Whatever they, what,
didn't mean to interrupt.
no, I just think, I think people, just as long as people have a chance to say, you know, I don't want smoking over here, or I don't want a balcony over there, or I want my trees here, whatever, and another concern that I have is any recommendations from the planning board. You know, to give us input.
Okay. Martha, you just want to make sure whatever we decide to send out to the neighbors and the stakeholders, we inform them that this is only approval of the schematic design phase, and that will help maybe alleviate. We're certainly glad to give them all the information we have, but there's not a lot of information to be had right now about selection, and we're not, we're being as transparent as we can be, but we also don't want to give information today that's going to be wrong tomorrow. So I think as long as we highlight that the purpose of this is review of schematic design and input on the design as proposed, that is probably most helpful for us to then give the appropriate comment for the LDA. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Anything further? All right, well, thank you both very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think we are on to our presentation for Mission on the Bay Seawall. All right, I think, Diane, you have a presentation for this one as well, if you wouldn't mind pulling it up.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Excellent, excellent. If you want to just introduce yourself again?
Sure. My name is Ann Martin with LEC Environmental Consultants. We are doing the permitting for the repair of the seawall.
Excellent.
This is Marty Bloom. He
hi.
is one of the owners of Swampscott Realty Trust
Hi there.
and the
Hello.
Mission on the Bay Restaurant.
Excellent.
I realized that I did not, you have a copy of the presentation. I don't know if you've read it. You don't have to raise your hand and admit whether or not you did. I know you have a long agenda, so I'm going to try and give it to you, Cliff Notes, ask whatever questions you want. I realized at the beginning I did not list what the end game was as to why I was here. And I realized sitting here, it would be important to give that to you in the beginning. And essentially, we are here because a portion of the work, in order for us to repair the wall, will require us to perform work on the town's property. And I need to start a permit process with local, state, and federal agencies that includes the MEPA process. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. It's a very public process. You will get copies of it, and I would love for you to read every page of what I write and give to you. But I don't feel comfortable, nor do I think it's appropriate for me to start that process and start speaking publicly about something that would involve work on your land. So that's essentially, it's kind of to update you where we are and to get authorization in whatever format that is in order for me to start moving forward. And I'll explain a little bit that more. But so these are two pictures of the site of where it occurred. The top picture is when the wall failed. There is a giant rock in the left-hand corner of the picture. Note that because that appears repeatedly in other photos, and it will help give you some context when you're looking at the plans. The bottom photo is essentially what it looks like today with a temporary repair, and you can see that large rock in the front. So if you could switch to the next page. Can you zoom on? No? Oh, wow, that's terrible. I didn't realize it was going to do that. So this is just a quick run-through of where we've been since May 2023.
went through a bunch of emergency authorizations and included the town, all the other state agencies, allowing that repair. We ended up having to retain 2 surveyors, just a regular surveyor and then a geospatial survey, because part of the failure was underneath the building. Took a lot of time for them to do their survey. One of the issues that came up was where were the property boundaries. On the assessor's map, the property boundary is at the wall. The surveyor did a tremendous amount of registry of deeds research to discover that the property boundaries come all the way to low water. And as you know, at Kings Beach, low water is way out there. So on the plan that's in front of you, that kind of gold or yellow outline, that's kind of the property boundary as it comes out. And you can see that the town owns the former Anthony's Pier 4 on one side. There's the brick plaza that's there, and then the town also owns Kings Beach. So we're right in between all property owned by the town. We also did a tremendous amount of historical research, my office did, for waterways permitting. And the blue line you see on the plan is the historic high water line, which establishes the waterways jurisdiction on this site and for this project. And that took a tremendous amount of time. And we spent about a year and over a year plus. I won't say a year and a half. A year plus in discussions and negotiations with them about where that line was, what historical maps we used, how we overlay those historical maps, and then discussing the permittability under waterways and what the permitting path would be. During this process, we discovered that when the restaurant was renovated, a waterways license was not obtained. So now, as part of the wall repair, and we will also be obtaining a waterways license for the restaurant. And that, bringing that into the equation, complicated things. And it was important to gain their input and weigh in on what our permitting path under their regulations would be, because they're very explicit and they're very narrow. And they were the only ones really, other than the Conservation Commission, who knew that we were talking about work on town land. We have met, we also had a structural engineer who has looked at this, has come up with a couple alternatives. I have those plans coming back. We've updated the Conservation Commission, tried to stay in touch with Tony. I think I've appeared before the commission twice. Tony's on speed dial. I tell her, call me anytime you want to ask me whatever it is that you have a question about. We had a meeting with multiple state agencies at Tony's request, an attempt to kind of get their input and weigh in. They were hesitant to weigh in until they have a MEPA filing sitting in front of them. Hence why I'm here before you. So the next plan shows one of the options. So this is an option where it's basically a revetment. You're continuing to stabilize the entire wall, not just patch in front of where the failure was. Both solutions, neither is just a patch for the section that failed. It's a solution to shore up that entire wall there. In the light gray, you can see there's a little bump out. That's where that large boulder rock is located. The areas shaded in blue is the footprint of where the revetment would be on the town-owned property. For either solution, we will need to have access to bring construction equipment in, same way we did for the temporary fix coming in off of the ramps and across the beach. With this option, similar to the way the emergency repair was done, a truck will come in, dump rocks on the beach. Those rocks will be placed. They'll only pile them up for whatever they can do during low tide. It's a pretty straightforward operation. Do you remember how long he said it was going to take?
What
to do this option, to do this, to build this?
A couple weeks, he says.
Yeah.
2, 3 weeks.
probably 3 weeks a month. So it's a pretty straightforward.
Yeah, so we only can do it obviously at low tide.
Right.
But, I mean, we got this thing short up in case everybody forgets pretty quickly. So we're just being generous. We might be able to move it quicker with the right team.
It's a soft solution. The next slide just shows you a section of what the slope of what it's going to look like in relationship to the wall that's there now. That triangle shape that kind of looks like a upside down funnel, that is kind of like basically the existing wall. So you can see how it butts up against the existing wall. And in section C, you can see how it comes up underneath the building where it failed underneath the building. The next slide is the other option, which is a sister wall, where you're essentially building a wall in front of a wall. In the section where it failed, you can see that there are tiebacks. Because of the failure, it would require tiebacks. It would require tiebacks going into the Anthony's Pier 4 property. At least this distance, he kind of put together a preliminary plan. There would be more detail once a solution is chosen.
Correct, approved.
The sister wall will be designed with a curve, just like the seawall along the rest of Kings Beach, and it ties into that wall. Construction of this is a completely different thing. It's probably going to have to be cofferdammed. It could take months and months to do. It's going to have scaffolding. It has to be dry in order to pour the footings and pour everything from the wall. Typically, this would be considered what's a hard solution because it is a wall. Typically, DEP and coastal zone management are not a fan of this solution. At the same time, I can never predict what they would choose. We would like to proceed forward with the soft solution of the revetment. It's a softer solution, it's more straightforward, it's easier to construct, you can do the work much quicker.
And it gets us exactly where we need to go. They both are structurally sound, too.
Right. Both of them are structurally sound.
So is there a big difference in cost? I mean, it seems obvious. Why would you even consider the other one?
Because you have to give the state lots of solutions, and one of the solutions is do nothing also.
Right, right. I think at one time, the alternatives analysis that the structural engineer put together, I think was distributed to you. You may not, I mean,
Yeah,
but the first option was to do nothing, and a lot of people react and they're like, that's not an option, but there's a whole alternatives process that you have to go through
You give them a lot of
in order to do the work. And so these are the things he said, we could do this, or we could do the wall.
Right.
What is the lifespan of the sister wall versus the soft option?
Can't answer that, but the engineers think.
The estimated lifespan, actually, obviously.
Yeah, they think it's the same.
They think it's the same.
Pretty close,
So there's
yeah.
no difference.
No difference.
And Marty, the temporary solution that's currently in place, what's the lifespan of that?
Well, we check it. I mean, we just issued a report.
In April, when we met,
We issued you guys a report that it's holding up fine. actually.
Tony asked for
No
a
problem.
report, so it was checked in the beginning of April.
Right.
And I think there were a couple times where they might have gone out during hurricane season
Yeah,
before.
they've been out
They
there.
went out and checked. They didn't necessarily produce a report, but they went out and checked
And you
just
have
to
a
make
report
sure.
somewhere in town saying that it's held up tremendously well and not had any failure or anything, just it's done the job.
Right, but that's not saying how long, that's not any way, shape, or form the permanent solution.
It is not a permanent
But
solution.
what the permanent solution will be building off of what's there and then making that a lot more sturdy, but the building's having no problem at all with what's there.
Looks like Tony
Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I just want to, I think what's the ask, as Ann had said at the beginning, is for the select board to be aware that either solution will require activity on town-owned land. I think the ultimate solution that's picked whether it's more rocks on the beach or a sister wall, will depend on the DEP, really, and, you know, a more technical view. We have, the Conservation Commission has in the wings, ready to go, a peer reviewer for whichever solution they decide to go forward with. We're not going to have them do both, but, so I think the question isn't so much which solution at this point, you know, the select board doesn't have to pick that. They just have to be aware, and in some form, LEC or Mission on the Bay would like to have some confirmation from the select board that, you know, okay, we realize you're going to be going on
Yes, so we can
town
move forward
property.
with the state. We just need your blessing so we can go do that in good conscience and understand that we don't know where it's going to end up with them. We've had numerous conversations with the state, and they don't show many cards when you're on the conference call with them. How about like no cards? So that's why there's all these different solutions floating around right now, because we're not exactly sure where the wind's going to blow when we get there. Got it.
So, understood. I
So
just
at
had-
some point, will we be told what solution you're going with, or what solution is
Well,
recommended?
they will be told.
No, they'll tell us. They're going to be telling us.
They'll be
Well,
telling,
will somebody tell us?
Yes,
they will be
you'll know,
told
yes.
the,
How much input do we have on what's,
Right.
Well, they'll have to come before the Conservation
yes.
Commission.
Yeah, once we
and the
have,
So
Conservation
you'll make a
Commission will say,
And the Conservation Commission has a peer review already. The DEP, you know, will also be evaluating which option should be best used. So that information will be out there. And of course, you could come to Conservation Commission meeting to hear final solutions, but.
so I have a question, so the wall goes down, and then you brought in a company to shore it up, or,
yes.
yeah, okay, so, and then, do we have, so what is the status as far as the town-owned property? Is it secure? Is everything okay? Do we have our own engineers that say this is all?
We did. We hired GZA, I believe. They came out, and SG&H, excuse me. Simpson Company. They looked at our wall. There is a report somewhere.
Okay, that's an engineering company?
Yeah.
Okay.
SG&H, they were confident our wall was in a.
And you have the geoengineers report as of last month, too.
Yep, did they evaluate our wall? They evaluated yours.
I don't remember the report. Tony, I think we got it too, did we not?
Yes, I wanted to make sure before you came before the select board that the temporary that's been there for a couple of years now was still okay.
Right.
But it didn't evaluate our wall. It just looked at their temporary structure.
They have not, so the firm that did these evaluations did not necessarily evaluate your wall. They are designing both solutions so that it does not negatively impact your wall or doesn't cause scour and all these other coastal process issues that
Yeah, because
are important.
my question was going to be with the, what did you call these lines that go across into our wall?
Oh, the tieback?
The tiebacks, yeah, with the tiebacks going into the Anthony's property, how that could affect any shifting or the integrity of our wall. Obviously, it's not a decision you all make, but, Tony, I would assume that the DEP and other agencies would take that into consideration when making a suggestion, that they're not going to just suggest something that would cause harm to the town.
I don't, as much as I appreciate the DEP, I really don't want the DEP telling us that, you know, it's not gonna I'd rather see somebody, an engineer, our own engineers.
But there's a peer review.
We have a peer reviewer.
The peer review,
Yep.
right,
So
okay.
they'll make a
good
suggestion.
with
I mean, the peer reviewer,
I'm good with that.
my interest is just to make sure whatever they come up with is sound.
Yep.
That's what's important.
So when Marty says DEP is going to decide, it is not just kind of, we don't just kind of be like, okay, you decide. We are going to advocate for the revetment solution. Based on my experience, that would be their preference anyway. And we will be presenting a whole host of reasons why one is better than the other. And there's a lot of construction reasons why the revetment is much straightforward and better. So while they could say to us, we don't think, we like this one better, or we'll only permit that one. I don't want to be overly confident, but we are going to advocate for the revetment.
Right.
And you own Anthony's Pier 4.
Right.
The department does not. So technically, I don't think the department could force you to say yes to allow that option. So it's not like we get to come in or the department gets to come in and force something on the town as a solution. This is part of the reason why I wanted to come and tell you, because I would be mortified if we started filing permits and you did not know
What's going on, yeah.
what was going on.
Of course. But to say the same, sorry, Doug, if the bureaucratic machine decided that that was the best option, and then our peer review showed that there would be no detriment to that option, then that may be the option that would have to go forward. And we don't necessarily have the muscle to take on multiple federal state agencies. As
Not
much
sure
as
we
we
do
have
either.
Tony, I don't know.
Oh,
I know you are.
I'm stronger than I
Doug,
am.
you were gonna say?
She's mighty.
The other thing
so-
of interest that, that you might mention is the walkway.
We're getting to
Okay,
that. I
okay.
wanted to,
Okay.
we kind of were going in this other direction. but
okay,
I won't,
gotcha.
Yeah.
it's on the slides.
So you're not really asking us to decide anything tonight, right? You're just, this is a heads up. And
Other-
there's going to be work done, maybe from the Anthony's Pier 4 side, maybe from the town side, from the beach side, and any of these, there's going to be kind of, that's going to need to happen. You're going to need our permission to do
Yeah,
that.
this is really just get you guys up to speed of where we are and the process that's going on, and then we can move forward with filing all the permits and then really get into the process.
And is there any other dramatically different impact on town property or anything in either of these solutions than, the tiebacks?
So, the next slide. This is a positive dramatic impact. Keep going till you get to the boardwalk. So, yes. So DEP Waterways requires, when you have something like this restaurant, they require public access between the restaurant and the shoreline. Now, as we all know, the restaurant is like 30, 40 feet above the shoreline.
It's like 24,
And-
something like that, yeah.
But the department said public access is a requirement. And I said, how about public access at low tide walking along the ground? And that did not play well. So we will be constructing a boardwalk similar to this in front of the restaurant that will connect to the brick patio. It does connect up and interface with the restaurant building. This will be 100% public. People could go into the restaurant, if the town gave him whatever liquor license or
Right.
whatever, people
Here's
could
what
go in while they're waiting and bring a drink out there, but it's
Yeah, there's a,
totally public access along the shoreline. The next, if you could switch to the next one, it'll show how it's
like,
elevated.
this was a shock to us when I got there. Oh, I
It's
go,
the Harbor
what?
Walk in the. in
It's
the-
a harbor walk.
In the Harbor Waterfront Advisory Committee plan, this is the
There
Harbor
is a
Walk
harbor
coming to
Yeah.
fruition.
It's only 100 feet, though. It's not like, it's not
100 more feet than we have today.
Yeah, and you're paying for
So,
it.
And
Well,
that kind of shows
I
them.
got news for you. When you start
Can we
working
just
on Pier
delay
4,
one
the same thing's coming to you.
Right, that, we'll talk about
and-
that.
Get
Just-
ready. You're gonna be connecting to my boardwalk.
Sweet.
Town's boardwalk.
Yeah,
Just-
But our boardwalk's gonna be, there's gonna be wrapping all the way around the front there.
just to note, this ties in very well with the Hawthorne property, because there is a requirement to have public access along the coastal area. So it would, in intent, be one big boardwalk that would continue. So,
So we're giving you a jump start.
Right. Yeah, we're the pioneers for this for you. We're gonna figure it out, then you guys can just jump on our coattails once it's moving along.
So the last slide just kind of gives a timeline that, my wish timeline that Tony knows keeps bumping, is the first thing that I will need to do is we have to go through this MEPA process. There is an environmental justice community within a mile of this, so we will have, I need to have a certain number of public meetings, public hearings. for input before I start the MEPA process. So this is kind of the first thing, hence I didn't want to have a public meeting and have you not know. And I'm assuming, we can go through Gino for knowing when we would need to come back to you, or for if anything needs to be signed? Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we could, just checking the language on here. Yes, to enter property, you can be the conduit for us to detail that information, and you can also grant them access as interim town administrator.
And
So
then I
long
would
as
say it would segue over even to DPW director.
Yep, that's right.
If somebody else stepped in,
Both
it'd still be
hats.
the conduit. Right.
Okay.
I have a question on the repair. On the repair that you did, my understanding, are we all even up on the finances on that repair? Is that something you need to look into?
We could look into that. It's, right.
And there's a lot of things we're going back and forth with the former town manager on that, because
It was
you guys stepped in at a point, it was kind of like half authorized, there's a lot of pushback on it, and I also agreed at that time not to file for an abatement. There's a lot of little things were said along the way here. It makes it much more complicated than you guys here, but it's, at some point, we will get this straightened out with you.
I think that some point it's gotta happen pretty quickly.
Well, there's a lot of things were said also, from our standpoint, that it's not completely as.
Either way, if we can just get everything resolved, that'll be great.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes,
I have a question about the boardwalk. Who maintains it? You guys?
Their property.
Yes.
Well, it's not,
It's a requirement of the waterways
but it's
permit.
public access, so I just wondered if,
The waterways permit it's a requirement to construct it. When he constructs it, I will have to write a waterways management plan for how it's managed that is approved by DEP Waterways. He will have to maintain it,
fantastic.
take care of it. You will not be required to.
Yeah, there's nothing on you. I mean, we have the same thing up in Beverly, the restaurant up there. We've been through this process before. This is not my first rodeo. I didn't think I was gonna be going through it again this quickly after doing that one, but we've been through the same thing with the management plan. And so we're pretty well honed on going through this at this point. I think they all know us pretty well. As I said, I didn't think it was gonna be this quick.
Then we will see you the next appropriate time. You need to present to us, but any access you need can go through Gino, and Tony will keep us abreast of all matters, I'm sure. Everybody's good?
Yep.
Okay, appreciate your time. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Figure it out.
Okay. Next on our agenda is discussion and possible vote on the Swampscott Police Department's recommended changes, but if the board allows, I would like to move 6 up, because we do have a representative from Terrapine Journey here, and so that he doesn't have to necessarily sit through Officer Reen's presentation, if that's okay.
Sure.
I'd like to move that up.
Officer Green got a gun with him, though.
I don't think, I don't think he'll have a problem. He's very patient. And he may actually be able to answer some questions if it comes up on this, so he might be a necessary part in this process. Okay. Marzie, is there a presentation or just discussion?
No, just
Okay.
discussion.
Good.
And this, however else you wanted to take this up as either a first reading or just an opportunity to hear from Justin. And right now, I did share with you both of the host community agreements, so then you will see it. And we're happy to go through them. Some of the changes, I should say, all of the changes would bring the town in compliance with the new Cannabis Control Commission requirements. One thing that Justin did request is that because Terrapine Journey is a social equity partner or social equity company, he did request that we create a revenue item within a budget, because as you know, right now, the town is collecting 3% of their revenues as a host community payment that we receive directly from DOR. being a social equity company, the town also receives additional 1% revenue, so a total of 4%. Unfortunately, we're still struggling with DOR, try to figure out how you distinguish both of the companies, how do we figure out how much funding came in from one to the other. We were told that it's a proprietary information, somewhat like tax information, that they're not willing to share with us. So I'm working with Patrick so we can figure it out, a better process or a better way to account for those funds.
So how do we know we're being paid
Right.
the correct amount? We just have, in DOR, we trust?
Yes, because we don't, unfortunately, we don't get an overall statement in terms of the proceeds that come in.
It's just
that-
proprietary info.
From
But
taxes.
but even, so at the state level on the CCC website, isn't there I mean, they have all kinds of sales information.
Formula.
And there's nothing that goes business by business, or it's just aggregated by the town, by the municipality?
That's how it was conveyed to me. I mean, I'm not, I know obviously you have to report your actual incomes, but then it's proprietary information. I'm not sure if that's something else that you really share as a business.
Yeah, no, I can't say I know exactly how it works with DOR, but my understanding was, I think it does come over kind of in aggregate, like the tax revenue from us and the other company in town. But I think that I was under the understanding that there is a way to kind of break it out, but I have never done anything with DOR, so like me saying that doesn't really carry a lot of weight, but I had reached out to them just to try to understand, and they had given me some directions of kind of how to break it apart, but I obviously don't have that data, so it's kind of hard to tell. But the request that we were asking for was that we break it out as granularly as possible so that everyone understands what's coming from the tax revenue and what's coming from kind of that additional 1% for us being the social equity company.
Right. And then other than that, all the other standard edits are in here. We're still waiting for final review for KP Law, because they did an initial review. We shared some of the comments with Justin, so we're just waiting to reconcile some of them. But that was probably the only thing that, that I can say that was questionable. And
Marzie, I asked you, so it was just compliance, the changes, and then in terms of our total revenue, the impact for the town, these changes, we don't think there will be any impact, or?
no, there will not be any, because, as you know, the town of Swampscott voted to sort of like through the host community agreement, we had an agreement in principle to collect additional 3% on top of the 3% that the town receives from DOR. We were supposed to have been receiving additional 3%. We have not been collecting those funds because there was pending litigation, so we were just waiting to see what happens. Right now, a lot of the communities who have collected the funding, they end up giving the funds back. So therefore, there's still sort of like some pending litigation, but, right now, the new regulations are that you're not allowed to charge the retailers additional, punitive or additional 3% for, as part of their revenues.
But so what that is there are communities that did charge the 3%, they did receive the 3%, and now there's litigation from some marijuana stores trying to fight that out. And do we have any idea when that litigation is going to be?
Part of it, there was some, the Haverhill case was just recently resolved, but it's still really questionable.
They settled out of court?
No, I think there was judgment, but it's really questionable in terms of like how it's applicable.
I'm
And
sure
it's
it'll be
still going to
appealed.
be further adjudicated.
That was
I
in the
believe.
last month, that was.
Yeah. And then, so one thing I just wanted to clarify, that we have been receiving the 3%, right, all along. As soon as the company opened up, the tax, that has been coming in. We have not had any issues. Chirping Journey has been a wonderful business partner, community partner. They have, contributed through the charitable donations. They have made their charitable donations. That was something else that's being taken out, because that's something that is not allowed under the new regulation. So you would have seen that's been stricken out of the new agreement.
So that means we can't require it, but they could still choose to do
voluntarily
it.
do it.
On a voluntary basis, outside of the
Agreement.
Outside of the agreement. And then in addition, I know that, you've been a great neighbor to making donations to the garden walk, and that was something that was not part of the agreement, that was even listed in here.
There were 5 organizations, I think, right?
That's
that you
correct, yes.
donated to, yeah.
So I know you said KP Law didn't give comments back to this yet, but I would like to understand from KP Law if there is, if it's in our best interest to keep that 3% in the agreement, even though the litigation hasn't been settled, because if the litigation were to be settled in favor of the host communities, then we would receive it retroactively for all of the agreements that we have it in. And if we do not keep it in because we think the litigation's not going to be in our favor, then we would lose out potentially on a favorable judgment. And also, if it's proven that it is not legal, then there's a provision in here, I'm sure, that says any provision that's not legal just fades away and the rest of it is still valid. And so just curious to hear their stance on that.
I could definitely check on it, but there is like a model host community agreement that was shared through the Cannabis Control Commission.
Yeah.
And that excluded any reference to any additional
Yeah,
payment.
I'm sure it did because
But we want it back.
the litigation, because of the litigation, and so that makes sense that it would. I just wonder KP Laws, if they think it's fully litigated and they don't feel like there's gonna be any merit in doing that, then there's no sense in doing it. But-
There's no loss to us to keep it in there.
No, I don't see any.
Keep it in.
Yeah, and then Marzi, we're also talking about the additional 3% is defined as the community impact fee. Is that accurate? I mean, I'm just kind of reading through.
So that's removed. The additional 3% has been removed from the host community agreement, and that's something that was removed or struck by the CCC.
Seeing it's still in there?
No, it's right.
I will say one thing that would be helpful for us is I can understand the sort of desire to sort of wait and see. There's a certain point for us where it becomes challenging to operate a business and to not know if the town's coming for, a couple $100,000. Like, it's truly, it's truly is hard to operate a business. And so, like, we're kind of to the point where we would like to shake hands and figure out what the best way forward is, because for us, it's more the unknown is, it's challenging. And it's not just challenging to run a business, it's challenging to have a relationship, because when you have $200,000, a huge payment potentially hanging over your head. And I think the state's been, literally the name of the law that they produced is called an act relative to equity in the cannabis industry. And the CCC has posted guidance. The reason why the town is getting an extra % for us being in town is because we're a social equity company. And the CCC has been clear that if the town's getting that money, there shouldn't be a need to get an additional percentage from us.
Get more money?
Correct. Because really, it's always been written into the law this way, that 3% is for any impacts that our company is having on the town. And, if there are impacts that we're having, I'd love to know what they are. And according to the law, and this has always been the case, any costs that the town wants to assess on a retailer, there need to be documentation for it. It can't just kind of be imagined out of thin air. There has to be sort of a receipt for it. And so, like, I'm not aware of many municipalities who've been able to produce the actual receipts, and I think that's why, there might be some litigation that's still ongoing, but that's why the city of, Cambridge gave the money back to retailers. Like, they actually had paid it, and then they gave it back. Same thing with the town of, city of Boston. It's like they gave all the money back to the companies because they got to a point where there wasn't solid legal footing, and, at a certain point, it's hard to have people operating a business when, you just don't know what the liability is hanging over your head.
So
And both of the businesses offer full-time employment. You have full and part-time staff. Can you maybe talk about that?
Yeah, we have about, I think we're almost 19 or 20, full-time employees. And it's, and I think in terms of, like, growing the business, we're trying to add delivery, and, like, we kind of view that as, it's going to grow our business, but the nice thing about it is the town of Swampscott gets to grow with us. And, it's, I don't know, I personally like the thought of we're kind of in this together, and we grow together. And if, you know, there are impacts that we've had that you feel like we owe a couple $100,000, like we're ready to have the conversation, but it seems unfair to us that to try to have that conversation in 2 years when all of a sudden it feels like the legal footing has changed. And quite frankly, my opinion is that KP Law intentionally takes positions on these issues that allows them to generate more billable hours. And, you know, if you run a law firm, it generates a lot of revenue for you. But if you're a small operator, it's kind of sucks.
So would it be, sorry, I was gonna say, would it be fair to say if this is removed and there's more certainty in your business model, that you would maybe be able to make more realistic donations annually because you understand that that impact is not on the table anymore and you're not it's not looming.
Totally.
And you can factor in certain other contributions to the town if you wanted to.
Well, when you made your business model, you knew that there was 3% in addition on the other 3%. So you already knew that, so you baked it into your business model. We didn't collect the money. So I guess part of me thinks it's already in your model. You know what is there. You could escrow it. If there's any chance that the state is going to turn around and leave that in there, and then we leave ourselves vulnerable of not being able to collect it, that would be the issue that I would have.
But yes, we can get guidance from KP Law on it, because I would also like to understand the definition of community impact and how we have to prove that and facilitate that. If it's not even something that we have in the community, then it makes sense to remove it. So I would like to just understand some definitions.
And again, I would add too that, you know, the point of this process is to be a negotiation. And, you know, I think something we're bringing to the table is that there's 425 retailers across the state. There's only 20 of us who can bring you that additional percent. And that's not for, the HCA fees are limited for 8 years and then they're over.
Yep.
This is forever. You know, I would argue somebody, you know, bringing you an offer to the table, I'd take the percent forever rather than kind of trying to, I don't know, nickel and dime in the past. My personal belief.
Pete D'Agostino, he's representing Calyx Peak or Community Cannabis. He's actually online. I'm not sure if he had his hand raised, so I don't know if he wanted to add anything to the discussion.
Oh, yeah, you can allow him to speak.
Who's he with?
He's with the other Calyx.
Pete D'Agostino.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much for the time. I heard the board's discussion, and I hope maybe I can provide some light. My name, just for the record, my name is Peter D'Agostino. I'm from 10X Strategies. We represent local cannabis. We've been working with the town of Swampscott since the beginning of their time here. As you know, being a tenant of the town, we've had quite a bit of engagement. Just to the host community agreement, the community impact fee specifically, I do think these, and I encourage you to seek counsel certainly, but just so the board leaves here with some understanding, these are two separate conversations. So one is relative to the previous community impact fees and whether or not the town at some point could potentially collect those. There's have been a couple of out-of-court settlements with towns in which they've returned the money, and there's a couple of voluntary returns of the money in the cases the Terpene Journey just offered. So that matter is still open for discussion with the town. I think what's before the board tonight is the new host community agreement that would comply with the changes that were enacted under Chapter 180. And just so the board's aware, under Chapter 180, the town is by law expressly prohibited from collecting a set 3% fee. However, what is in this agreement still is that if there are impacts to the town, you can provide documentation of those impacts and recover that money up to 3% of the gross sales. So, and that is in this agreement, and the town is protected with that. And I heard the chairwoman ask how that works. So the way that works is the town incurs the expense, they document the expense, and at the end of our annual license period, In this agreement, it says we have to notify you when our license is about to expire, and then you provide us the copy of the receipts, and then we pay for them. So that process is captured in the agreement before you tonight. That process aligns directly with the amendments to 94G that were accomplished under Chapter 180. That is a separate discussion from the discussion about the prior community impact fees. So those are separate matters, and this agreement does not address the prior community impact fees. This addresses the community impact fees going forward. And as drafted by KB Law, it complies with the current limitations under the law. So if you were, just by way of example, to say we want to leave the mandatory 3% fee in there, the CCC will reject it and just send it back to the town because that is now expressly prohibited by law. So I'm just trying to help provide some color to the board. I'm very, very familiar with this issue. I'm happy to speak to it in an objective way. But I'm just trying to bifurcate it, hopefully, so the board can, digest them as separate matters, because they truly are.
That's
Thank you for the
very
clarity.
helpful and sounds different to me now. I mean, one thing is helpful is about what the agreement has been and whether or not,
Something separate.
the cases get adjudicated and how that plays out. That's separate from going forward. And then the going forward now sounds like even the base 3%, is that require receipts?
No, so the
Okay.
base 3%, just to be clear, is a local excise
So
tax.
it's a tax.
So the money,
That's already
the
in.
money you were talking about relative to the 3% that Marcy was referencing through DOR, so that's an excise tax paid at the register, at the point of sale by the consumer. That money is paid directly to DOR along with the regular sales tax. And the town receives that 3% excise tax in a dollar-for-dollar reimbursement. So there's no, that money doesn't go anywhere else other than the town of Swampscott. So the Terpene Journey certainly has been paying 3%. Local Cannabis has been paying 3% by way of an excise tax that is paid to DOR and then reimbursed to the town. That is continuing in perpetuity. The law has not changed. The town's been receiving that money since day one of both of these operations and will continue to receive that money. So that is strictly a local excise tax enacted under the statute. The 1% that Terpene Journey was talking about is an additional benefit the town gets by hosting a social equity company. And I applaud Terpene Journey for that. They've been a great business in town, certainly. So those monies have all been paid to DOR. Whether or not you received them, I certainly couldn't speak to that. But that's an excise tax, and that money the town has received since day one and will continue to receive. Totally separate and apart is this idea of community impact fee, which we then further have to bifurcate into the prior community impact fee and then go forward from since Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022. So I hope, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but there really is almost 3 buckets of money, one of which is the same bucket but divided in 2 periods of time. One prior to 2022 and one subsequent to 2022.
Thank you. I find that to be very helpful.
Yes, very helpful.
Appreciate the feedback there.
And then just additional change from the Calyx Peak proposal is the hours that we're listing in here. The business would like to change them from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday to Friday. Although they don't open till 9, but they wanted to be able to have an opportunity to be able to receive deliveries in the earlier time or, be open a little bit later. And then the Sunday hours stay the same. So it's on page 8 of 16 under hours of operation.
And if I could, I'd like to quickly address the board on that, if I may.
Sure.
Please.
So we're proposing change in hours. It's actually set 7 days a week with the Saturday to Monday schedule. We did that primarily because of how the agreement is drafted. So it limits our ability to even distribute marijuana during outside of business hours. And so we would need the expanded hours in order to bring in inventory and potentially transfer it to other stores, whatever the case may be. So it wouldn't necessarily be the consumers, but the way that the agreement was presented to us by KB Law, the distribution of marijuana falls within those same, what they consider hours of operation. So we don't tend to open on a regular basis during those hours. It would just be to facilitate the operation of the business. And we always say that because that's how it was defined in the agreement. I would ask also the board to consider, we would like to, and the reason we added Sunday, as we certainly could receive or have to send out shipments on Sunday, but more importantly, on Sundays prior to Monday holidays, it would be helpful if we could have like extended hours on that one Sunday. So those were the two main reasons behind the request. It isn't that we intend to go to full-time operations during those hours. It was to operate the business during those hours for the conditions I just mentioned.
On page 8 of what I have here, it doesn't have the hours you just
Of Calyx
mentioned.
Peak, do you have the Calyx Peak proposal, or were you looking at Chirping Journey? Sorry.
No, we're only talking about Terpene Journey today. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because
Apologies.
Chirping Journey, your hours is similar.
Is Calyx Peak doing business as local cannabis? Just for
Yeah,
clarity
that's
for
why.
the board.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Oh, I think I'm looking at 16 pages. Calyx Peak, page 8.
Page 8.
Doesn't, there's
I. Doug.
I, yeah,
Hours of operation.
Under hours of operation, do you have that?
yeah, but it says 9 AM through 10 PM, Monday through Saturday.
Yes.
And 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sundays.
And the request is to be from 8 AM to.
Well, that's what I'm saying, the new
Oh.
hours are not in here.
That's correct, that's,
Yeah.
so I brought that to your attention, just to let
Okay,
you know, that was
gotcha,
my.
So that would be a change that we would see on the next
Exactly,
one.
yeah. And Chirping Journey, they're keeping their hours the same, it's similar Monday through Saturday from 9 to 9:55, and then on Sundays from 11 to 5:55, so the hours are.
5:55?
Yep.
If effectively, we present it that way to the customers so that they don't expect to show up at like 10 on the dot and,
And
you know.
have it open.
But it's effectively till 10, yeah.
And this like Sunday, so is there any issue with like loud trucks Sunday morning with Calyx Peak or anything like that we need to be worried about with the neighbors right behind
It's
there?
smaller, it's the delivery trucks, the smaller trucks, it's not an 18-wheeler that brings the equipment in, so I don't.
Maybe for a holiday weekend, you know what I mean?
So you know what they're delivering.
But so,
do.
what are their hours right now on Sunday? Is it the
That's
11
right
to
here.
7?
11 to
11 to 6 is their hours right now.
But they want to go to 8 AM.
11 to 6 on Sunday, and that's not changing, so the only.
Well, that's
change-
not changing, sorry.
that Sunday is not
Okay,
changing.
never mind.
Pete, correct me if I'm wrong, but,
Yeah,
so
no,
you
the
say
pro-
8,
proposal-
yeah.
The proposal is to amend the hours, and I would almost recommend Turkey Jury consider this as well, because if you look at the hours of operation paragraph that you were just referencing, if you read the beginning of that paragraph, it includes a specific scope of work that we're allowed to conduct during those hours. And so maybe let me say it this way.
Distribution.
Retail hours differ from hours of operation. The way this agreement is drafted, those hours are hours of operation, meaning we technically could not receive product outside of those hours. We would prefer to receive them maybe before the customers come in or something to that effect. So retail hours and hours of operation, because of how this agreement are drafted, differ. So what we're suggesting is to expand the hours of operation, meaning the hours that we may operate the business, recognizing we are not at this time proposing to change our retail hours. And our retail hours are 5 minutes different than Turpene Journeys. We can include the full hour, but I do appreciate the approach, certainly. So our retail hours, we're not proposing to change at this time. Our hours of operation, given the way the agreement is drafted, I suggest should be amended and possibly for Turpene Journey as well, so they could take deliveries outside of their retail hours, but that's certainly their decision. Just something to consider.
We like the extra hour of sleep.
One of these meetings.
Love it.
So that was the primary reason for the request. We're not proposing to change our retail hours at this point, but we would need some additional flexibility for our hours of operation given how the agreement's drafted. So, and certainly we could talk to KB Law and talk about retail hours if Nicole's more comfortable addressing it that way. We're open to that discussion, but it's drafted. Our suggestion is that it would need to be amended to allow for us to operate the business.
Okay, any additional comments or discussion?
The only issue I have with changing hours is this affects a residential area, and do the people in the residential area know about that? Have they had the opportunity to come up?
We've been very fortunate if you were part of the processes we went through. As you may remember, there was an old gas station slash convenience store slash liquor store there. And we went through the process of demolishing that building and building an entirely new building. And I will say we've had an incredibly good relationship with our neighbors. We did that project right in the middle of their neighborhood. I don't think, Marcy, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we received a complaint even during construction. We installed a very high solid vinyl fence. We've had no complaints of trespass, no issues with customers or deliveries. The deliveries, to Marcy's point, are typically a Sprinter van or smaller. So we don't envision this impacting the neighborhood in any way, shape, or form, especially in light of the 6-foot vinyl fence that separates us from the neighborhood. They wouldn't even see headlights, and they don't now. So we don't see the impact to the neighbors here. And again, we're not suggesting changing the customer access hours, so to speak. It's really just a reflection of how KP Law drafted the agreement. That's what we're responding to.
And then just one additional point is that Chirping Journey will be seeking a delivery license. And we will have a neighborhood or public meeting tomorrow at Reach Arts at 7 p.m.
And we'll be recording it as well, so if folks can't make it, you'll get a transcript and kind of recording of that.
And we'll share it, via, like,
Thank you.
the normal channels to the town.
Very good.
So I think one thing while we're here tonight, you should just make it really public, because when originally Marcy asked me about delivering, I was like, what are you, crazy? But after talking to a number of people, everyone I spoke to thinks it's a great idea. And, I just think that some of the things that there's a locked, or there's a special type of a box in the vehicle doesn't have like logos on it. You have, the person delivering has a body camera, and you have to take identification. So there's so many precautions.
And we receive the additional revenue from the sales, so even sales
Right.
outside of the town, let's say the surrounding communities,
Right.
we will get the proceeds from the sale.
Right, so it just seems like it's a win-win.
Yeah, I did meet.
Considering we deliver liquor, I don't see how this is any
Right.
different.
I did meet with Chief Casada as well today to go over our written SOPs, so he's kind of in the loop as well about what it will look like for the town.
And I did also check with the police department about boat facilities of boat operators to see if there were any unusual calls to the addresses, or if there were any reports of anything, and there was none. And I think I shared that with you.
Yeah.
You did.
And since we're interested in revenue and revenue growth, what type of, how do you envision this shaping your, the business? How do you envision this? Yeah, what's the revenue impact?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, it'll be fairly small. At best, I think it'll increase our revenue by like 20%, and that's the best case scenario.
Really?
And the reason I think it'll be kind of limited is because we're sort of limited by our vault space. And right now, our vault is mostly at capacity, so, we definitely have room to sell more, but, we're kind of going to be kind of limited by just the physical space of how much product we can keep on site. But I think, we're going to give it a shot, and I think if, all goes well, we'll go for that 20%. And then maybe we'll have to find another spot in Swampscott to get more storage space so we can, keep expanding it.
Excellent.
Good.
Very good. Okay. Appreciate your coming tonight, both of you. Thank you very much. And there's no motions on the table. We'll move on to the next topic.
Thank you.
I just,
very much.
Thank you.
Katie, I just want to know, what are we doing as far as getting information out? I do want to hear what the neighbors of Pine Street have to say about changing hours, not your area, because you're not in a residential area, but this is a residential area, and I just want to make sure that neighbors have every opportunity to weigh in.
Okay,
So,
well,
you know what,
we're gonna hold a meeting anyways
Right,
for that
okay.
neighborhood,
Tomorrow
so
night, right?
we can absolutely mention it.
No, the meeting with B'nai B'rith,
This
that's the same neighborhood.
schematic
so then
design
I can ask them
neighborhood.
that.
Oh, so you have a double meeting?
But I think it's more Curry Circle that's impacted than Pine Street, probably, because that's where the trucks come in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what Pete said is there's a 6-foot tall fence.
Right.
There's not-
And
you're
and
not
It's
even
a
gonna see.
Sprinter van.
you're not even
Yeah,
gonna
and
see
it's a
lights.
Sprinter
There's
van,
not
yeah.
an 18-wheeler.
Yeah, and there's not been one complaint thus far. So let's definitely inform the public of the change and allow them the space for feedback, but hopefully they'll be understanding. Thank you, and thank you, Marzi, for helping.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate your time joining.
Thank you very much. Speaking of patience, we have Officer Reen with us.
Hi.
He's been here for quite some time.
No worries.
Appreciate it.
How are you?
Great. For discussion and possible vote on the recommended changes to Elm Place, Burpee Road, Kings Beach Terrace, Norfolk Ave and Middlesex Ave, and Burl Street. Take it away.
Where would you like me to start first?
Well, let's start with Elm Place, because we've been here, done that, right? We've had this conversation.
Yes, we have. So Elm Place, as previously discussed, would be recommending for one-way, entering from the Westcott side, exiting through the Burpee Road side of Elm Place with traffic. As we discussed at the community engagement meeting, it was presented by the residents of the area. We looked into it, we spoke with all of the residents, carried it forward. So we definitely would be in support of that moving forward. One of the things that we would like to make an order of is the parking signs on the exit side of Elm Place. There is some shrubbery and brush that need to be manicured that would allow better viewpoint of the signs. There's specific areas of parallel parking. They've been washed out, they've been faded, so just some of the replacements, as well as Mr. Crester and I did speak about this a little bit, about possibly eliminating a spot at the very end of the exit, entering onto Essex Street. It just could definitely pose a problem for traffic pulling out.
Okay.
So I think with DPW looking at that and making the proper measurements, as opposed to for exiting the street onto the traffic, they could make the postings much more obvious, I think.
Okay.
Yes, Mr.
Officer Reen, so you had mentioned, needing to trim some of the shrubbery or bushes or what have you. Is that on private property or is that on town-owned?
I don't know. I don't know what lines where, as far as the town
But
land
that's
versus.
just, but that's just your recommendation from a safety perspective?
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And just, so is there any resistance, any drawback, just on that Elm Place, one-way parallel parking, just to make sure we've reflected?
No, and what it would allow would just be for people and residents to park in the area. It would make the traffic flow more efficiently. So if you're parking angular against the gym that's right there, the swamp, where the wall leads up to Essex Street, cars taking that left-hand turn through this horseshoe could have trouble, depending on the size of the vehicle coming around, as the cars are sticking their tail ends into the roadway. At this particular point, there's already signs there that stipulate parallel parking. We're just suggesting that they be more obvious. And again, it would come back to the police department to monitor and initiate any citations that might need to be presented. We just want to be as upfront and obvious with the restrictions in the area and stick with the original pattern that's there.
And this came as a suggestion from the residents, but have any of the businesses been spoken to, or have we had any feedback?
I've spoken with Burke's.
Yeah.
I've talked to some of the people there, but other than that, there has not been any resistance.
Right.
And there is no other business in the area.
Yeah. Except for the
The storage facility.
Yeah, and the
They would be
swamp.
exiting anyway.
Yep.
So there's no,
Okay.
that's the general flow of the traffic as it moves through that street.
So why don't we take these in individual motions?
Sure.
That way, if anything,
Okay.
so I would entertain a motion
Motion to approve Elm Place, one-way parallel parking.
in a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. Moving on to Burpee Road, one way.
At this time, we are suggesting that we hold a community meeting, just like we had with the Westcott project. I put some information in the the memo that I had sent to you, but we have about a month's worth of data from the past few weeks where there's only been about 14,000 cars, 14 to 15,000 that have traveled on that road. There hasn't been any conversation with anybody outside of Burpee Road up into the higher precincts, Windsor, Foster, Elwyn, Vaughan, Harvard. I mean, there's so many streets up there. I think the infrastructure of those streets would bear a lot of weight by the additional change in traffic. However, I need to be perfectly clear, I am not a traffic engineer. So I also think it would be very prudent of the town to decide if an engineering company would be sufficient to bring in to evaluate what might need to be constructed, moved, adjusted. That is not in my purview. I don't see that. That's why I would make a recommendation to hold it so that we can discuss it, find the data. I wouldn't want to rush anything forward.
What other options are there other than making that a one-way? What about the speed bump
Speed
issue?
pillows.
Or what are
Yeah.
the little bumps to
And, I mean,
speeding, if that's the main concern?
Mr. Crestor and I also did talk about that in my memo. I'm not moving that, it's not, in my opinion, I'm not moving that forward. Right now, we're looking at a average speed of 24 miles per hour in a 25 mile per hour zone. That was a school zone area, so it would have been 20. The time of day does come into play, depending that we see more traffic in a higher volume earlier in the morning. That could have something to do with the schools. We can't track license plates. We can only track the vehicles that pass through the speed board sign, and that is coming down the hill towards Essex Street, not going up. So it would be, if they wanted to put the speeds in there, the speed bumps in there, I think Mr. Crestor, we talked about finding the median, the middle point from Buena Vista to Essex Street and line it in the middle, which would be roughly about where the speed sign is, I think.
I think it's
So,
right at-
because the whole point here is because of the
Speed
speed issue, right?
mitigation.
That's why we're considering making it a one-way,
Right,
so,
but there's really not a speeding issue.
right.
Well,
Right.
there's a perception of a speed issue, and if it's 24, it's pretty close, right? So you have residents that are asking for these speed bumps, pillows, whatever you want to call them.
Right.
They're temporary. Why don't we just put it in there?
To give it a shot.
And
see if it
and that's for, I'm
Right.
going either way. I'm not advocating or just not advocating. I'm just saying, in my
I
opinion,
think,
with what the data I have, I'm just
Understand.
presenting it because of what I've read. I don't feel, in my opinion, it's true, but
Right.
by all means, I mean,
I
we're,
think
No,
the speed limit's
it's 25.
25, but it would have been 28 when it was a school zone. But this is the difference between perception and actual data. So the perception is speeding, and you're saying the speed pillows might fix that. Speed humps might help that. But if the data is coming back that there isn't speeding, you're saying it's close because the average is 24 to 25. I mean,
I just think that I've heard from someone on Foster and someone on Elwyn who are adamantly against making this a one-way because of the rerouting that
Yep.
they would be required to do on a daily basis. So I
Right.
don't want to overburden residents if we haven't tried something else.
And I've
Right.
heard I've had
Right, if we
two
could-
people from Buena Vista
because that would be the cut through.
have called and said that, they're panicked about a one-way, so.
if appeasing it to put speed bumps, the temporary speed bumps, like we had talked about, Mr. Crestor, if that's something that
Yeah.
would help
Let's just try it.
see what the data presents
We have it?
after we put them in,
We have-
we can
we
do
have
a,
them.
we can do a balanced effect
Well,
between
We
it.
have them
We have the ones from Stetson Ave because they don't want them anymore because of the
Right.
amount of noise it
Right.
makes, so.
Right.
we can put
to go over them.
Right, because, I mean, we may say that the average is 24, and of the vehicles over 25, they average 28, that's 85% of them, but there's another 15%, how fast are they going? Because
Well,
Right.
could be
in-
that one.
And that
hour,
15%,
that's
and that
really
15% comes in through, obviously, the 100% total. You have some vehicles that are hitting possibly 30, But you have others that are dropping even below the 20 or 24, depending on what we're looking at. So that 15% margin goes either way. It's almost like it's a skew. So
Right, but there could be a couple at 40 or 50, and that's really what's.
Well, does the data,
we have
show
never
that?
seen a car crest
It's a tough
over
street to go that
40.
fast on.
God bless them.
And you're just measuring the
And that's the
measuring-
downhill.
You're measuring the downhill.
That would
And,
be
and
incredible.
one of the things that has significantly dropped that is the stop sign coming, the double stop sign,
Yeah.
Jesse and Buena Vista, has a significant impact on the travel through.
Right.
I'm not dismissing anybody's perception about what they're observing while they're there. I'm just
I
presenting
mean,
the
we
data.
have a former select board member who is adamant about a speed bump. And pillow, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And-
Well, the temporary ones would just
Be the yellow
be,
one.
the- yeah.
I think it's a good test.
Like I said, if this could we, if we could just make this note that we put in the temporary speed bump,
Right.
have a community meeting at
Yep.
some later point. I can work on collecting the data from the speed bump time.
Yep.
Compare it to the data that we have before the speed bump.
Great.
And if it works, great, and if it doesn't, then
Perfect. Let's do
It's-
that.
Other option.
That
Oh,
sounds like a great,
wonderful.
logical idea.
I think
It's
that
definitely
makes
gonna
sense.
work, because the speed bump's right in front of the speed board. Right?
Well,
And also too, I do
board.
think the speed board has had an impact.
Right.
Because
Like just its
now
presence.
you're more cognizant, it's right in your line of sight.
we did a significant increase in traffic enforcement in the area. We produced some very, very positive results, educationally, in a sense. And it's just about the communication, delivering the directive, what's necessary. So
that's great. I
you guys
think
can
we would
vote and
appreciate that.
we'll get it done.
I don't think, we don't need to vote on a
No.
speed bump going in, so.
Nope,
we
just
would
put it in.
Just,
Right.
Just put it.
Give it
it's
a
in
shot.
within your purview, Gino. You've heard the will of the board.
Because when are the new signs going to be up for resident parking?
Yeah, I gotta be totally honest with you, we haven't ordered those yet. I'll order those tomorrow.
Is that number 3 you're on?
Kings Beach Terrace.
No.
Gino, is there somebody outside of you who could order those signs? Because it feels like that might be a better job for,
Somebody else.
Somebody else.
Yeah.
in case, you know, there's other things for you to do probably.
So that's just replacing the signs for Kings Beach Terrace? Is that what number 3 is?
Yes, number 3, Kings Beach Terrace. A couple of the residents have brought it to us as well. We had worked through social media to put out a information request about people in areas to, if you're noticing your traffic signs, your street signs being washed out,
Right.
hard to read, notify us, notify See Click Fix, notify DPW. So this was a result of that. It came to my desk, so I met with some of the people in the neighborhood. Again, I was able to speak with Mr. Cresta about it, brought him up to speed on helping replace some of these signs and put it on the memo because I figured we'd bring it forward because it was a topic for discussion.
The signs I was talking about was,
Resident parking.
Yeah.
But I'll make the whole order now.
okay, thank you.
So motion to approve the recommendation for replacing parking signs on Kings Beach Terrace.
Second.
I don't think
So I
we
don't
need to
think we need
vote.
to
We
vote
need to
for,
vote
I
on
mean, we
those.
can, but I don't think we need to vote for signs or additions of signs. I don't even think we need to vote for the addition of a handicap parking space.
We already did last meeting.
That was discussed at our last meeting with the Westcott, where a handicap space, 2 spaces on Burrell Street.
Yep.
One would be by Doherty Circle. The second one would be at the crosswalk on the opposite, in front of the other handicap spot at the
At
library.
the library.
Yeah, we already,
So,
that's already done. We already
That's
voted on
great.
that.
So
Great,
Yeah, I
moving
think-
right along.
Moving along.
so I think we are all set to move to Fisherman's Beach, if that's okay with you.
I did have one other, I'm not sure if you
Please.
saw it, the Norfolk Ave. Is
Yeah.
that part of the
Yep,
ability
we-
to replace signs that?
We do not need to vote to do
Okay.
that, and we are in support if that's the recommendation you make.
Excellent.
That is wonderful,
Fisherman's
thank you. Fisherman's Beach.
Yes, members of the members of the police department, myself with Lieutenant Waters, the harbor master, were contacted by some of the Harbor Advisory Committee to discuss options for parking at the Fisherman's Beach lot. It was brought to our attention about the parking lot itself being overrun, to use other people's words. We did see some agreement in that and did meet with them multiple times to talk about mitigating some of this.
We did come up with a handful of solutions. They are as follows. To add recreational parking signs inside the parking lot only. A more robust do not enter sign as you're exiting. I can attest to it as well, that there has been a significant amount of people who think that that is a U-shaped lot that they can enter and exit on both sides. Just for the mere fact that we want to create consistency and safety to allow it. On occasion, there are boat owners who, for the ease of using their trailer to back into the ramp, it does make it easier coming in the reverse direction so that they can pull out to the front and then back down the ramp, as opposed to making a U-turn in the square of Humphrey and Puritan. That is all worked out with members of the SYC. Having seen it multiple times, they're very cautious. They utilize safety as a priority, so I don't see it being an issue otherwise. Just want to have that point noticed. Also, we would need, it's been asked and requested by the harbor master to have a specific harbor master spot, dedicated spot right to the ramp, so that we can gain immediate access in the event of an emergency upon arrival. Employee passes will be given by the SYC with the approval of the harbor master and police department. They do use that spot. There are the launch drivers that come in, so much like a visitor parking pass. Your launch driver shows up, he needs a place to park. He can park in the lot for the day while he goes to work, turns the pass in, and then off they go. Commercial fishermen registered in Swampscott shall receive a pass to use the lot while they're working hours. Any registered boat owner with a mooring in Swampscott Harbor will be able to use their boat registration to get a pass for the lot. If there is a function with the SYC, they will make the appropriate notifications to the police department in a timely manner in advancement, so that when there is a group of guests that are coming in, they know that they'll be able to use the lot and the other parking spaces as needed to accommodate any other guests. It also was brought up that there will be a liaison assigned with the SYC that will be monitoring all the trailers that are stickered, registered, and owned by the mooring owners that use the Phillips Park lot, so that we will have a consistent communication on the trailers that are allowed in the lot and those that aren't. Any that aren't will then be working with myself and DPW to make contact and removal if necessary.
Those are empty trailers, not boat storage.
Right.
Those are the ones
Separate
during the
things.
summer season that they drop the boat in,
The boat storage,
they leave it. It's
Separate.
not a permanent storage.
Yep.
It's just while the boats are in the water. You have to be out of there, I believe, October 15th, we say. And I had the message board up there for the past week saying illegally stored trailers will be towed at the owner's expense.
okay.
Because people are taking advantage.
Has that happened? I mean, like,
Have
have we
we
had
towed
a
anything?
problem?
We haven't towed anything.
We haven't towed anything. And has,
There's only a handful of trailers there.
okay, has the SYC been
The liaison?
also, the liaison also been notified that we're gonna do that? That way if they know any of the trailers in the lot?
Yes, they were included in these multiple meetings, so
Perfect.
everything that's being presented has been discussed
Vetted.
with them.
Great.
This is, again, I'm just the conduit to bring this forward.
Appreciate it.
As
For-
well as Harbor Waterfront, they have unanimously voted all of
Yeah,
this.
Harbor Waterfront
And the
Advisory.
liaison is on the harbor waterfront.
So Officer Reed,
I am the liaison on Harbor
few questions. So, with making this a recreation parking lot, how is this gonna work with social members at the SYC, since we do have members that are from Marblehead, from Lynn, from Salem? How is it gonna impact parking for local businesses? Because I know that that is used certainly for Nordhaven and for other local businesses in the area. And one of the issues that I've noticed over the years has really just been overnight parking.
Yes.
That's not from having a couple pops at a restaurant, leaving your car. It's really the long-term
Habitual.
Correct.
parking.
And even to add that to commercial
Yeah.
parking as well. It's become an advertisement lot.
So did we?
From my understanding, to answer your questions, to start first with the social members, the SYC will, along with their employee passes, they will also have visitor passes.
Okay.
Now, mind you, there's no infringement upon the parking on Humphrey Street itself.
Yep.
It has also been brought to our attention that this is the only beach that does not have restricted access for Swampscott residents. What has been presented has been, a lot of people would try to show up to use it, and it's blanketed with unknown vehicles. So if there's a designated area that is, I think there's 27 or 30 spots in that lot that are rec parking. Someone who has a rec sticker that feels like using Fisherman's Beach for the day knows that they can come down to Fisherman's Beach and use that beach, just like they would for Phillips and Preston and Eisman's at the Phillips Park lot. The other considerations and things that we also did to mitigate to consider the commercial businesses, New Haven, and I know quite a few people will park in this area and walk down. All of the parking on Humphrey Street will remain the same. So by working on keeping it rec parking for the beaches, that would stay within that signage. Again, there can be any type of amendment where if you're looking to have an hourly sign for it, that rec sticker parking from, the fishermen show up at 4 a.m. Ultimately, that's what they're kind of looking for. They want to be protected. They know that they got to get in there, they got to drop their trucks, bait, move traps, etc. They are there early. So to help prevent some of that overnight parking, or to know who is actually parking there, we can track this through the rec stickers. It gives them an opportunity. We didn't want to push out any further on some suggestions. We had given the guys we got to consider the businesses. We don't want to impact them. We know that there's street parking that's houred. We want to help out everybody. We also need to focus on this beach parking and help give the access to the people that are paying their mooring fees and their dues and their parts of the town through their boating aspect, giving them an opportunity to come in and use that space as well.
So was there, I'm sure there was, consideration made to just limiting it to no commercial parking, no overnight parking, rather than changing it to recreational parking?
Well, with a recreational sticker, you're only allowed to have a residential, I think I'm correct on this, I'm not sure. I don't think commercial vehicles can get a recreational sticker or a resident sticker.
No, I understand, but instead of going so far as to make it recreational and then limit it to only residents or any other carve-out we make, was there a consideration to go a little less far and just say, okay, the issue is commercial vehicles, right? So commercial vehicles parking there too long, so maybe you just say no commercial parking, and then no overnight parking in the lot at all. And then that would alleviate the issue of the 4 a.m. fishermen's coming in and not having parking. Maybe I might suggest a phased approach and see if doing that helps the issues. And then if it doesn't, then we could go all the way to rec only and see. But it just feels like I understand what you're trying to accomplish, and this will accomplish it, but is there a way we can accomplish it without removing public access to the beach for non-residents?
Yeah, I'm tracking with you, Katie. And I guess it just goes back to like, what level of kind of assessment of where exactly does the problem surface? You know, I mean, I can't imagine at 4 a.m. people are pulling in there and the whole lot is full. Right, I mean, I know there's some vehicles that are there overnight, the long-term, a few of them, but I'm down there at 7 a.m. a lot, and there's plenty of space. So I'm just trying to figure out like when really is the issue we're trying to solve.
It was full at 10 o'clock this morning.
The feedback
Well,
Every spot.
Yeah, it was beautiful today, at 10 o'clock, right?
The beautiful days is when it's going to be full.
But then, okay, so we're really talking about a mid-ish day beach day.
Not necessarily. I'm
That's just
kidding.
one I'm just specifying one example of the 4 AM start for the fishermen.
Yeah.
They do come and go. And I'm not a commercial fisherman. I'm not gonna to try to put out their timeline of events and what their daily operations are like. But I have had calls about, what can you guys do about the parking? And we can't do anything. And again, we wanted to listen to all of their concerns to be able to bring things forward, because I do think they're valid. I also appreciate about not restricting and not creating so much of it to where we want to invite public, the out-of-towners, if you want to call it that, or whomever, to come to the beach. I completely understand with that. In the same breath, then why do we have rec parking at all of the other beaches?
Right. The other piece too is I've been getting feedback that multiple cars are meeting in that parking lot. People are leaving their cars and getting into one car and actually commuting. Like, this is a spot
Like
where people
commuter
are carpooling, they're leaving their cars there, they're getting into one car and they're driving into work. So,
Almost like a ride share system.
Yeah, that's interesting.
and, I think to Kevin's point, we do have these requirements at every other beach. Why would we not have it at Fisherman's? I mean, this is really, we are a beach town, and this is why our residents pay what they pay to live here. Why wouldn't we give them that first preference type of situation at Fisherman's like we would, Eisman's or any other where we require that?
I agree with you, but just considering the proximity it is to the Humphrey Street area and to the Fish House and to other areas that require more public parking and the lack of parking in that area, not just a residential area that has a beach, that I understand, but I'm just trying to see if we're trying to solve for X, can we do we have to go all the way just to start, or can we just try a more measured approach? See what that solves the problem or what that doesn't. I mean, even putting timed parking closer to the Fish House, like say 2-hour parking or something like that, that would move, if we have space for commuters, move them over, and then that allows the fishermen closer access to the water, which is what they need in their lockers and things like that. So I'm just trying to think creatively on how we could solve the problem without going all the way to this lot is no longer public, because I'm thinking about sometimes I park there and walk to Dockside, sometimes I park there and walk the beach, sometimes I park there, and now I have a rec sticker so I can do that, but not everybody does, and not everybody is using that lot for beach purpose, but is still enjoying not sitting on the beach, but beach access, like walking all the way down to Red Rock and back, and so I just don't want to limit access. I want people to be able to enjoy the open spaces that we have. Not just Swampscott residents, but other residents too who come in and spend money here and spend time here. So
I see
think
that
that
point.
it
I'm just
might-
more partial to Swampscott residents, to be
I
clear.
think that it might be important to bring the Harbor Advisory Committee and the fishermen in,
Yeah,
because
they offered to come.
I've also heard, and I can't be 100% committed to this fact, that they have a deeded right to all of that land.
They have a deeded right to all of that land, plus the
Plus,
land
basically
side.
to Dr.
The
Plotka's
deed,
office.
the deed is, it's actually called a reservation. And the deed says it's for boaters, bathers, and fishermen. That's what it says, boaters, bathers, and fishermen. So,
Who has that deed, sorry?
it's in,
I have a copy of that. No, but like.
but who
who's the
is
deed
it
holder?
entrusted to?
The fishermen.
So it's just a deed to the
Fishermen of
fishermen of
Fish House.
Swampscott.
And it's from, I have very
I think it's,
intricate background on it, but from what I understand, and one of the things that they have professed was that they could take that lot. Because at one point, that's where they used to store all of their fishing gear. All of their lobster traps were there. They made an agreement, I don't know when, to not keep their traps there. They would store them over at the Phillips Park lot.
no, they would, the agreement was that they would take their traps and put them into the building, into the fish house.
right, it's got something to do with the.
But nonetheless, the traps were agreed to not be left in the lot so that people could use the lot. They're just looking to get requirements and restrictions to make
Yeah.
sure that they can come and go. I don't know if the hours would be beneficial because their hours are based on the tidal change.
Okay,
I appreciate your open-mindedness, your brainstorming on it, so I do, just to carry it forward, I think that they should probably be in the room to get a little bit more in-depth with what is here. I would be remiss if I kept speaking to try to advocate for something that they were.
Well, thank you.
In fairness too, it wasn't just the fishermen, right? So there were 9 members of Harbor Waterfront, and they all felt the same way. So I think it's a bigger thing than just the fisherman piece, but.
Yeah, and I just want to express, this happens a lot when things get brought to us, right?
Yeah.
They get brought to us in a certain lens, and then we try to, nobody's trying to pick it apart, right? We're all just trying to say, like, was this thought about? Was this thought about? Can we get to a better place or a different place without going this? So happy to have them here for the conversation in the next meeting, and then we can make a recommendation on what happens in that lot.
You know, I think one thing that is really, really critical is, like, for me, the priority will always be a residence. And, you know, asking for, first I'd like to have a definition of what is a commercial fisherman. So does that mean that, you know, I can go and get a commercial license tomorrow and
I do have some knowledge just from that conversation with that
Right.
and the requirements that's necessary for them
Right.
about paying taxes, being able to pull a certain amount of catch.
Yep.
Returning that to a sale, having commercial receipts from a registered buyer.
Right.
So there are a lot of checks and balances
Right.
for them. But
All right, so, and then the other question is, Swampscott Yacht Club employees. Swampscott Yacht Club is a private club that, I would not be in favor of, you know, of taking away parking for a Swampscott resident for a Swampscott Yacht Club employee.
Well, the mindset behind that is that they often have events there where they have maybe DJs, they have bartenders, they have catering staff. If those people can't get in to actually park somewhere and do whatever they're doing inside the yacht club, then that, like, is a detriment to them.
They also hold youth fundraisers,
Yeah.
they hold, you know,
Sip-in shops.
Residents First Communion, the Sip-in Shop from Hadley was held there. There's a lot of good, there's a lot of stuff that they waive fees for nonprofits, so we can have a more robust conversation
Right.
about it, but right now, they
it was
can
one.
park
They're
in that
looking for,
whole lot,
like,
they can fill
one-
that whole lot if they wanted, because it's open.
Right.
So it's only because they're agreeing to the restriction that they're then saying, or that they're on board with the restriction, that they're saying,
And
okay,
it's
but could we
like
have?
one spot. I mean, they're not looking for like 5 spots or anything like that. I think it was one placard or, you know, to use as a temporary thing if they have a vendor coming in to, you know, so that they can access the facility.
Yeah.
But I will say,
I think the issue is during the day.
with the do not enter sign,
Yeah,
that
please
is.
don't wait.
Yeah, let's just do that.
No, I think didn't you put something up there?
there's a small, there was
There's
a
a brand
sign
new
there.
one up there.
It's in, we have a,
Hill,
it's in a bucket, a cemented bucket.
downhill, yeah.
I think we need
Looks like a new
something
sign.
More robust.
robust.
Yeah.
As you say. I've
Yeah.
seen
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Agree.
several, I've seen personally, several almost accidents.
Oh, yeah,
It's just
Yeah.
not a great spot for,
absolutely.
And people will fill that lot all the way to that very
Very,
side.
very
You
end.
come in and you don't necessarily
Yeah.
see somebody coming,
You're in trouble.
Right.
you're gonna have a collision there, so.
there used to be one on a post. It's been hit more times, that's why it's in the bucket.
So, please go forth and put new signs up for do not enter, help designate that in any way possible, and we will invite, a liaison from the Harbor Waterfront and the SYC and anybody else who'd like to join in the conversation next.
Fishermen.
The commercial fishermen can send a. Sure, would you come to the mic though, because I'm sure folks at home would like to hear your very brief commentary also. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Handsome
So,
face.
just from the perspective of the Harbor Waterfront Committee, thank you for presenting that. Detective Waters, Officer Waters came to our meeting last month and gave a great summary of that. I was not involved with the conversations with Officer Reen, so this is just from my perspective as a Harbor Waterfront member. The reason why the Swampscott Yacht Club was, had communicated, from my understanding, about the need for the parking placards for a couple of spots wasn't necessarily, I mean, the vendors and stuff, that's all helpful, but predominantly was because of issues with launch drivers not being able to access the launch in a timely manner. That might seem like not a big issue for a lot of folks. If they're late, they got to go find a new parking spot. They get down there, they're a little late, whatever. But a lot of the times, and Officer Reen can correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the times when you're down there, you'll see the first person, if there's something on the water, there's an issue, the first person that kind of gets outdoor or even gets the harbor master out to his boat or circulates the harbor for whatever might be going on, it's the launch driver. So ensuring somebody is on the launch, they're the person who's down there 24/7, or at least during launch hours, is able to access the boat and kind of be there, because they're always going to be the first set of eyes on the water. This happened on Wednesday of last week, where somebody called the police department saying they thought they saw a body fall off a boat, and I think the whole cavalry showed up, and it was great. Within like 90 seconds, super helpful. But the launch driver was the person out there who was able to get the harbor master at his boat. He was circling, the launch boat was circling the harbor as well for about 90 minutes, looking to evaluate the veracity of the claim. So a lot of it was just to ensure that the launch driver, who's doing this service to the club, which is helpful, but also does this kind of side benefit to the town, is able to access the boat in a speedy and quick manner, so we're not waiting for somebody to, find a parking spot in order to get out there. So just for the context, that was kind of the reasoning and logic for that. The other thing we had talked about at our meeting, at least the Harbor Waterfront meeting, was the rec parking from like 8 to 4 p.m. or something, in order to not interrupt some of the restaurants who rely on that parking lot for parking during the evening hours. So that's a consideration that was discussed at our meeting, and something that, at least from my perspective, the committee was entirely open to. Just wanted to give you that context. I may not be here at your next meeting, so I just wanted to provide the context for your enlightenment over the next few weeks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ted.
Appreciate it. Okay, so we will circle back on this on the 18th. On to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your patience.
You're leaving?
You don't want to stay?
Go.
You don't want to ring the bell? Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any issues with the consent agenda, or do I have a motion on
I
the
just
table?
have one question I'm in favor of all these licenses, these permits. I just would like to know what people are being charged for all these liquor licenses. Do we have that breakdown?
So,
You're looking,
Are you-
asking for
are you talking
the
about-
actual license?
Yeah.
so for the actual license, yes, they're charged for the license.
Do you know how much?
What's the fee? That's my question.
This is
For a one-day
day.
liquor license?
fee or
Yeah.
no?
Want the fee?
Diane, do you know what it is? $50. I think it's
Do you
50.
charge $50 for the 4th of July? That's all we charge?
No, I think you're asking a different question. I think you're asking,
What is,
so there's a charge for the license,
right.
and some of them, there's a charge to come to the event. Those are two separate things.
Okay, so those two separate charges?
Mhm.
Okay, so the question I'm asking then is, what is the charge for the event?
Okay, so for coming to the farmer's market, it's $20
Right,
per time that you come. And for 4th of July and the block party, it's $500 per beer garden.
Are there multiple vendors in the garden?
Yes, there's 3 at each one of those.
Okay.
And as I've stated before, the money that comes in for that, I use that money to help pay for the band and the sound. You'll see that there's more this year because we have more meaderies that want to come to the farmer's market. They're not all coming on the same day. I spaced them all out so there wouldn't be 3 meaderies there. A meadery is someone who makes
good for-
wine out of mead.
Yep.
And then a new regulation with the state this year was that breweries can come to farmers markets. So I had one brewery at the very beginning asked if he could come every single week, and that was Granite Coast. I then heard from a couple of others, and I was like, we're going to have to see how this works out because we don't want four breweries there. And they're allowed to do samples. All of these at the farmers markets are allowed to do samples, and then they can sell closed containers. So they're not walking around with a beer while they're at the farmers market.
Just doing shots.
And I assume, since you brought it up, since you opened this door, Danielle, I assume that they're required to provide ID for samples at the farmer's market.
Yes.
I make a motion to approve.
My only question before you make a motion, Doug, the block party, I think I asked Gino this, I might have asked you this. Is there any way we would consider not having it on a Saturday?
The what?
Block party.
Oh,
Yeah,
block
I
party.
think we did go down that road, because when we first started this whole thing,
Yeah.
Monsignor McLaughlin and I were not friends, because he was
I
so
remember that from last
upset
year, yeah.
about the whole thing. He preferred a Saturday to a Sunday. We worked out a system so that they could get in for 4 o'clock mass. It also takes hours, like a lot of hours, to clear the street from all the cars.
Right.
And then afterwards, move everybody out so they can open the roads again.
Right.
So doing it on a Sunday would really affect
Right.
the church.
Right, and I get that, and I just.
10:30.
But what is the
Going through this
finance?
She's saying the
last year,
setup and everything takes a
we
lot
had some
longer.
local
so
businesses
they
that
don't
weren't like food related, that had a huge problem with it being on a Saturday, and I committed then to trying to not have them be affected and to try to get it on a Sunday. I completely understand Monsignor McLaughlin, but there are local businesses there that aren't part of that, right? They, there's Barber Joe, there's, barber shops, there's
Nail
clothing,
salons.
there's a tailor, there's
Yeah.
all kinds of things that, those people, that's a Saturday for them, that's.
I know, and I have heard from a couple of them, and the first year we did it, there were a few of them that just didn't understand
Yeah.
what was going on, and they were against Volo. Was,
Yeah, yeah.
I sell pies, I don't sell slices. Well, he made a killing, and now he's like all in. A couple of the other ones too. And, I try to tell them just, it's one day of the
I know.
whole year.
It's one Saturday. They only have about 50 of those Saturdays to make their business. So that one day, we all think it's one day, but that's a big day out of their business.
But, okay, say, take the barber shop. So if I went to Joe the barber, my husband goes to Joe the barber, they have this conversation.
My son too.
If I can't go that Saturday, am I just never gonna go? But I pick another day to have my hair cut.
But when you say you can't go,
Well, you can.
still go in the morning, you can still go and park elsewhere and walk. I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, it's like you can't,
And maybe
can't go
what we
and
need
park
to
right
do
there.
is try to use the parking lot at,
Fisherman's.
Hawthorne.
Hawthorne, thank you very much. At Hawthorne more, because we are using that for church parking at 4 o'clock. We're also, we let people know that's handicap parking too, so they can pull in for handicap parking there. So maybe those couple of businesses that are affected by that, we say, okay, you can tell your customers
that'd be great.
that they can
I mean,
park in there.
That's
Yeah,
certainly
that's-
helpful.
A
And
compromise.
and
Yeah.
where does it end for the block
Yeah, I was
party?
gonna say,
Yeah,
yeah.
so does,
It goes pretty far up, I think,
Yeah,
right?
So it's Reddington,
Dockside?
Reddington
To,
yeah, I'd say Dockside,
yeah.
Yeah, Ingles Terrace.
Right,
Dr. Platka.
Ingles Terrace, yeah.
Okay, got it.
right there. Last year we did, but they close it off
Yeah.
all the way down to,
Greenwood.
Greenwood?
Bayview?
yes. Greenwood Terrace?
Bayview.
Terrace, yeah.
Bayview, yeah.
So they close it off, the police close it off down that far because you can't
Right.
go any further. But they do allow people to come in, to park, turn around and leave. So they
Okay,
do
so
allow
if-
that.
So if we have signage and
Yeah.
maps and we get that information out, that can help to facilitate those local businesses that may not directly benefit, but so there'll be a path for them to be able
Yes.
to succeed
that's a
on
good-
one
that's
of
a
their
good,
52 Saturdays.
Could we also see if we have a town golf cart or the
Oh, no,
buggy or
You know what,
anything like that?
the
Buggy.
police department has their buggy.
Yeah.
They're there the whole
No,
day.
I mean for
We transport
customer,
people.
for customers if there's an issue.
I don't
You
know.
bring a wagon.
I'm just
You mean
suggesting.
like
I don't know if that's, I
Yeah,
don't know if that would be a liability for the town to be shuttling people back and forth.
No problem.
That if they were in a golf cart or something and
I'm
they
just
fell
thinking
out of
like,
it.
handicapped people that go and get their hair cut, something like that, like how do
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's
Yep.
Right.
I think
That's all.
anything we can do
Yeah.
to
Yep.
minimize
To be helpful.
them taking a loss.
We did make the suggestion last year, we did go to all the businesses that were open at the time, and there were a couple that were happy with our ideas, but we use it as an opportunity for them to market themselves, maybe come up with a deal to give away to patrons that day. You're probably getting more foot traffic down there than you are on a typical day. Make yourself known, come outside, greet people on the street, give them a coupon to come back when the street is open. A few were receptive to that, but we are trying to really work with them to make it more accessible to more customers. We want to bring more people down to that area so that they know, I mean, I've lived here for over 10 years, and there were businesses down there before I did this that I didn't even know were there.
And now there's a few more that have just opened up that I think will want to come out and we'll leave the space in front of them open so that they have that space.
So the new businesses, like the Boba Crepe Store and a couple of other new businesses, they will be,
Salty Dogwood.
they're going to be notified and
Yes, we will walk the whole street
explain
and
the
talk to people.
situation so they won't be shocked and allow
Mhm.
them an opportunity well in advance so that they can plan for it.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
And
What
the same
about-
thing with the residents.
What about liquor licenses for G or Dockside?
They are only allowed to serve on their property.
But can't they take a liquor license for the front, if they want to put a tent or something in front of their building?
I know that somebody did that last year and didn't
He didn't
have a
pull,
special.
he had the opportunity to pull the liquor license, but he was actually instructed, don't bother. And, you know, there's a little bit of an issue, a minor issue there, no big deal. But if one of the restaurants wants to sell outside of their property, like put a tent further in their property or make their own little beer garden in the front,
I think the only one we'd be talking about is Dockside.
I don't know
And
about.
it- and they would
I'd
have
question
to-
G or Cafe
No,
Avelino.
G,
Cafe Avelino.
they're out on their sidewalk anyway.
They're on their sidewalk anyway, yeah.
Well, maybe they want to go even further.
They'd be in the street.
You have other
The
vendors.
street's blocked off.
The street's blocked off, but we have vendors
They
that
have vendors
line
lining the
so we leave
street.
the sidewalk open for the shops to come out.
Right, I guess what I'm saying is if we have a local business that instead of putting a vendor right in front of the local business, if the local business wanted to take that space, giving them that space.
I would
Just making sure
probably
that
want
they
to make
have,
sure
they have a
that it
priority.
was legal to do that with their license.
We gave them the opportunity to do that last year and nobody did. I sent all of those businesses an email
Right.
with the instructions and the
Right.
application, and none of them took us up.
I think, like, it's probably on us to make it clear what their options are, so all these
Right.
businesses know, you can do this, if you do this, and if you don't do this, you can't do that, right? And it
Right.
could be like a FAQ, and just outline it, so they can't
Yeah.
come back later and say, oh, I didn't know how it worked, or
Right,
whatever, or.
right.
But they do have to stay on their properties.
Yeah.
It's like they can't, like someone
Well, they
can't
can't
get
serve-
a gin and tonic and walk down the street with it.
Their license dictates how they can serve. So if they're on or off premises, they have to follow
Right,
their
but-
regulations.
but if
They could
they
get a
pull-
one-day liquor
yeah.
license, correct, then their premises could expand,
Right,
just like
Right.
these individuals.
right,
Correct.
that's what I'm saying.
Yep,
Yes.
gotcha.
Because
Clear.
actually Dockside had a great setup. It
Yeah,
it
the
was
parking
awesome.
lot, yeah.
Yes, in the parking lot. But
Right, but
you
I'm.
need to have the special permitting to do that.
But if Jess and Andrew want to even expand even further in front there, I just want to make sure they have the opportunity, and the same for, you know, Teresa, everybody else who's down.
Diane said she
Yeah.
gave them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did.
So they'll reach out.
I-
Maybe like an FAQ.
It was at last,
Yeah,
one.
just so you can let them know, this is what you need to do if you wanna do this,
And
and if
there's
you
a lot of
don't, you can't do
confusion.
this.
Okay,
Right, I'm gonna try
Right.
once again.
Do
I'm
it,
gonna make a
Doug.
motion to approve the consent
I
agenda.
will second that motion.
Yes.
excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Fantastic. Select board time.
That time.
No, select board time. Danielle?
Congratulations to Annabelle Averett. She was freshman 1 mile record in the States, top of the state.
Yep.
Amazing accomplishment for a freshman. That was something that happened this week, so congrats to Annabelle and her family. Field day yesterday for the elementary school was off the charts. I mean, I couldn't believe how much to Rachel's point, how much they pulled off and how wonderful it was for all 700 and something kids. What else is happening? What else is happening? I don't know. I can't even think anymore. That's it.
That's
all
great,
I got.
thank you. David,
I
do you have
just,
anything?
yeah, just one quick thing. I just want to thank Amy Sarro for her 5 years of service to the town. You know, she started in the midst of a pandemic in 2020 and rose through the ranks to become the Director of Finance and Administration for the town. I think anybody who's tuned in over the last 6, 7, 8 months has certainly seen her expertise about municipal finance on display. I certainly, you know, it's an enormous loss. And I do wish that this board and that everybody up here I wish we had done more to retain her services with the town. But I do wish her all the best with her future role in Newburyport. So thank you, Amy.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Amy.
I just want to thank Nathan Kent, Nate Beisheim, Paul Bravonis, and Joe Dulett for bringing us our late night show here tonight. And also, we'll be setting the date for the rabies clinic in the next couple weeks. Diane will post that as soon as we get that confirmed. I just have to double check with DPW, and that's pretty much it.
We'll be able to work with you.
Okay.
Doug?
Diane is reminding me to let people know that Mass Save will be in Town Hall the first and third Wednesday of the month to help people with their no-cost home energy assessments. They'll be there from 10 to 11 in the Select Board room.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thanks, Doug. A couple of things. One, for July and August, the Select Board will meet on Tuesdays. For the holiday week, we will not meet, so we will meet the 8th and the 22nd. And in August, we'll meet the 5th and the 19th, and that's to accommodate for all the wonderful things that the Rec Department is doing, so that we can attend and participate. I also wanted to give an update on the Poet Laureate discussion.
Oh, good.
As the liaison for the Library Board of Trustees. So there was a great amount of support to have that program back up and running. The conversation with the Library Board of Trustees suggests that the Select Board consider formally reinstating the initiative and dedicating a formal committee, and not that the library handle it. There is a civic and cultural significance to the role, and they believe the process should be more community-driven and less just library-focused. The town already has a valued arts committee whose expertise and leadership could be instrumental to this. They view a collaborative effort with the Select Board, the Arts Committee, the library, and even the schools and other community voices would provide a strong foundation for the Poet Laureate program continuing on for years to come, and not sort of these stops and starts that we have seen recently. The director of the library has committed to serve as the library's liaison and offer support for organizing the process, the promotion, the planning, the engagement, and they would love to play a key role in celebrating the work, but they want to play a part in it and not facilitate it in totality. And a lot of the discussion, I was a part of a lot of these emails going back and forth, and the library is a very programmed building. They program well in advance. They have a limited budget, as we've spoken about at these tables, and they have limited resources, and they were hopeful that the Poet Laureate program could sort of get going in line with this year, but they have just had so much overwhelming other things happening that they couldn't get it off the ground and meet the expectations of what the folks who came before us prior had. So that is where they landed. And I'm hopeful that we could get something going between the board, the cultural committee, the library, and potentially the school to get it back off the ground and running for 2026. So if anybody has any thoughts to help me do that, that would be great.
Work on that one.
Cool, thanks.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to
Second.
adjourn, second.
Aye.
Excellent.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.